For Ballard Kobe Pfizer. Is open at 113 for Ballard, Grayson Henry. For Ballard Ryder Harris. At 120 for Boone, A.J. Braddock. Ballard is open for Ballard Reed Foster. At 126 for Boone, Tate Hollenkamp. For Ballard, Hayden Neer and Kyle Reiner. And for Ballard Matthew McCray. At 132 pounds for Boone, Aston Peterson. For Ballard, Jacob Harrison. And for Ballard Connor Pfizer. At 138 for Boone, Jackson Warwick. For Ballard, Carter Jeffs. For Ballard Landon Corey. At 144 for Boone, Ty Sullivan. For Ballard, Jaden Leland. For Ballard Blake Briley. At 150 pounds for Boone, Brody Warwick. For Ballard, Tucker Hisnam. For Ballard Nolan Feller. Boone is open at 157. For Ballard, Daniel Hyman. For Ballard Vinny Fine. At 165 pounds for Boone, Joseph Pessinger. For Ballard, Jackson Schaefer. For Ballard Jordan Ryle. At 175 pounds for Boone, Brendan Hedrick. For Ballard, Brett Hedrick. For Ballard Talon Dove. At 190 pounds for Boone, Austin Decknett. For Ballard, Brody Sampson. For Ballard Brayton Gipple. Boone is open at 215. For Ballard, Henry Christensen. For Ballard Andrew Hockett. At 285, Boone is open. For Ballard, Isaac Butler. For Ballard Noah Winger. At this time, will you please stand and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of the national anthem.
Good evening, Blue Jay fans, and welcome to Bondurant, Iowa, for some little Raccoon River Conference wrestling action between the Boone Toreadors, the Ballard Bombers, and your Bondurant Farrar Blue Jays. We'll have the varsity action here with live cast. If you're looking for JV action, there should be a separate feed that you can pull up without commentary. But for the varsity action, we're going to start out with the visiting Boone Toreadors and the Bondurant Farrar Blue Jays. Rich Powers on the mic here with me. This is Patrick Meyer. How you doing, Rich?
Good to be here. Got a nice duel to start the season here.
This is the second conference duel for the Blue Jays. They opened up with North Polk last week, but they came away victorious there. A little bit of a fun night here playing. Triangulars are always a little bit more exciting. You get, triple the action. We just getting the introductions here between teams. You just had projected starting lineups. Obviously, those can change as we go, but should be a fun night here. Ballard comes into this night ranked number 4 in 2A by wrestle. Boone is unranked, and the Blue Jays are coming in number 8 at 3A, which is the largest class for wrestling.
Were those dual or tournament?
Those were the tournament rankings. I believe the Blue Jays are the same in both. I don't recall if Ballard have a different number for the dual versus tournament, but at this point in the season, it's kind of similar because they're still trying to figure out who's where. It looks like we are opening the night at 215 pounds for this duel. For the Blue,
it's like Andrew Hockett will have a forfeit.
I say the man lining up for the Toreadors was definitely not a 215er. So Hockett comes away with the forfeit, and during the starting lineups they said Noah Winger would as well. As we show the projected varsity lineups here, a couple matches to really look at. 120 and 126 both look like they could be really exciting matches between ranked opponents here. So we'll look to that in a little bit, but here the Blue Jays take a quick 12-0 lead off forfeits at 215 and 285, which will bring us back to 106 pounds. For the Toreadors, Mason Ustanik, and for your Blue Jays coming off his Vision Bank Player of the Week, Kobe Pfizer. Neither one of these two opponents is ranked, both freshmen, both looking to kind of kickstart the season here. Kobe went with the varsity lineup to the Donnybrook in Iowa City over the weekend, finished 4-2 on the weekend, and really a pretty solid showing overall for him. It's with that big of a tournament, it really can shuffle up what you see. But
yeah, very tough opening for a freshman in the lineup. That's got some of the best wrestlers from the Midwest, and really a test for him to show what he has and what he's made of this year.
Ustanik coming into this match at 2-0 as well, so good couple freshman lineups. So Kobe gets her on the board early with the low single. High school wrestling still 2-point takedown, so you can keep that 2 shout that you're used to.
A new first name, but the same family shots and some of the same turns we've seen from some of the Pfizer boys. He's a little high there, little tough turn. He did get 2. Did he get 2 counts there?
It does not look like they awarded him the 2 count. And now it looks like he's probably going to end up with an escape here for Mason, so it'll be 2-1. Yeah, the third Pfizer in almost a decade now of Blue Jay lineups that had a Pfizer in it. So, yeah, not saying he has shoes that he has to fill on that, but really just a family that's been a joy to watch wrestling. And, I would say Connor and Chase had really drastically different styles of wrestling, so it'll be fun to get to see, if Kobe's more like one of those two or if he's a completely different style himself.
One of my favorites about the family is first class on and off the mat and go for 6 minutes, so they're always fun to watch. And an unconventional takedown here, but a takedown nonetheless.
So he got the leg hooked and he got behind the arms, which gave him control to count the 2-point takedown. And it looked it looked like nothing really changed between when he didn't have it and when he did, but definitely a small, intricate detail that we'll try to help fill you in on. Did Boone take down, I assume? I missed that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so to start the second period, Kobe will have a 4-1 lead. Guaranteed I will call him by one of his brother's names at least once.
I'm going to stick with Pfizer.
Yeah, it's a good argument to make there.
No, we've seen him attempt to turn pretty quick, which is going to go more chase to me.
Connor was always more of a take him down, let him up type of action, but we'll see. Also, that could change a little bit as Connor bumped up a few weight classes, but that's a little ways down the road. Here we'll stick with
good lift and mat return there.
Kobe maintaining a 4-1 lead right now. High school wrestling, if you haven't tuned into any of that this year, that's 2-minute periods for all 3 periods. 14 weight classes. Bluejays obviously took forfeit victories in the first 2, so nice start as Kobe's looking to get that arm bar.
For
chicken wing, I should say.
For some of the more experienced fans, they may hear some new weight classes. We've got new weight classes this year. Essentially, they removed an upper weight and added a spot in the middle to try to hit where most kids' weights are. Some love it, some don't like it.
As a person who didn't hit a lot of those middle weights, I'm guessing you might fall in the category that would like to see more of the heavier weights. Well, I know myself, I didn't fit in those middle weights either very long.
Right. You know, it's I think there's a lot of data behind it, right? Most high school kids are below 175, so it makes sense. I think it hurts some of your crossover kids, some of your football players, sure. But we'll see. Change is tough for everybody.
Saw a nice little return there for Kobe, still maintaining the top position a minute and a half into this second period. Hasn't been able to get a turn, but has been working towards them.
Be interesting what he chooses going into the third period. He's in pretty good control, doesn't know this wrestle real well, so unless he's seen him before, you may pick neutral. He's looked good twice from his feet, and so sometimes you don't want to test the waters, but this early in the season, he might as well go down.
So we've now called each wrestler for stalling.
One of my least favorite calls. I prefer to just let it go. If there's not a lot of activity, there's not a lot of activity. When you have 2 high-level wrestlers, when both are not trying anything,
it's hard to blame the other guy for stalling.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, these 2 are both working very hard, though. We've seen some mat returns. We've seen them switch sides. We've seen them work pretty hard to keep them down, so it's pretty hard to
punish them for that.
Yeah.
Kobe does choose the bottom position to start the third with a 4-1 lead. Looking to fight hands before he comes up. A nice quick escape out of Kobe. Gives him a 5-1 lead.
Looks like the Boone athlete, Mason's not afraid to go a little more upper body. That would be more a chase Pfizer.
Yeah.
Go big or go big.
So if you, in case you don't watch a lot of wrestling or you just need a refresher, a victory by 7 points or less gets you 3 team points as Kobe gets a nice low takedown again. Victory by 8 to 14 points with the intentional escape. 8 to 14 points gets you 4 team points. A 15-point lead will result in a technical termination or a tech fall, which gets you 5 team points. And then a winner by fall or pin gets you 6 team points. So
and a pin would be both shoulders flat for 2 seconds.
Theoretically.
You know, his leg attacks are very hard to defend. This one was a little more traditional double to single, but the one before that, he was so low on his laces, I don't know how you defend that.
And
very
you see
difficult.
He immediately looked up at the clock after that. He saw he had a 7-point lead with a minute, so he lets him up, looking to try to get another takedown, see if he can get that major decision. Looking for team points.
I'm gonna put you on the spot right now. Too early for you to say with a 3-point takedown for high school or no?
A 3-point takedown is it's due for college. It's fun. It makes it a little more interesting because it's less incentivized to stall. I don't think for the most part high school has as much stalling, so I think it would potentially limit the amount of time on the mat for some people because it would result in a tech fall faster.
There you go.
And so as Kobe gets another takedown currently with an 11-3 lead.
Ride him for 20 here.
They'll need to turn that JV buzzer off. But, yeah, I don't know that I'm a big fan of it at the high school level because I want more mat time. And I think it could result in tech falls faster, eliminating that opportunity to improve.
And probably too early to say if it's a positive or a negative at the collegiate level.
But a real nice victory, 11-3 for Kobe at 106 pounds. Gets the Blue Jays up to a 16-0 lead.
Mason, a very tough wrestler, though. Had good position, and he'll be interesting to watch the rest of the year.
Probably won't be the last time those two see each other.
No.
Conference opponents, both freshmen, 106 pounds. Now at 113 pounds, Ryder Harris. I think he's taking a forfeit, as he does now. He wanted to put the ankle band on to get a match in, but they said, nope, sorry, you already won. So 22-0 now for the Blue Jays. And this and the next match are probably your highlights of this duel. Coming in for the Toreadors, A.J. Braddock. He was a state qualifier at 106 last year and lost in the blood round. And for the Blue Jays, Reed Foster, 5th place at 106 pound. I do think they wrestled 2 or 3 times last year. I think all of them were good matches. So and definitely an exciting one here as they both move up a couple weight classes.
Yeah, no doubt. Very good bout early in the season again. Probably going to see him multiple times.
We tend to see conference opponents both, in the duel that we always have, sometimes at miscellaneous tournaments throughout the year, again at conference tournaments, and then there's usually at least 1, if not 2 or 3 conference opponents matched up with us in qualifiers for state.
Sure. Now correct me if I'm wrong. North Polk dropped back to 2A.
North Polk is back to 2A, yep. And so
we have 4 schools in 3A right now. ADM, Carlisle, Boone, Bondurant.
Yes. Because Carroll is no longer in the bigger class anymore because they used to do a co-sharing and they don't anymore. As Braddock doesn't have the takedown yet.
But he has a near cradle locked up that is
Foster was able to get that arm out, defend the leg.
Big break of the hands for Reed to be able to get back to a more neutral position. Now he's going on the offensive here.
They're going to go out of bounds with 44 seconds remaining in the first period, but definitely a key, potentially game changer there as you started.
So right, as predicted, the head coach may take a warning here. He's asking to say, let me get this straight. He had a near cradle locked up, and he didn't get a takedown. Well, he wasn't on his hip. He was still on all fours. Reed was still in control. It's a pretty textbook call if you're not down on your hip.
So in that scenario, what the Boone wrestler needed to do was just break him down so that one hip was down, and he should have gotten a takedown. But since Reed was still squared up with his knee under him, he was good.
Right. And the out of bounds have also changed a little bit this year. They're clearly saying 2 supporting points. It can be one wrestler or the other, so you're going to see a little more leeway on the edge, see a little more activity on the edge, and not just blowing off right away.
Which I like for us. We got a decent-sized mat, so there's room to do that. I feel like that's not all the high schoolers seem to have quite as big a mat, so it's a little more problematic. But most officials make that adjustment on the fly.
Yeah, and sometimes at tournaments they'll resize the mat a little. And, we have a full-size mat, I believe, with a – boy, is that a 32-inch circle, a 32-foot circle.
Gotcha.
Versus 28 would be more junior high.
No points as we get through the first period. Foster's going to choose down. So as we look into the night, we'll wrestle the Toreadors, then Boone will wrestle Ballard second on the varsity mat, and then Bondurant Farrar will wrestle the Bombers to finish the night. So early in on a long night of action, so stick around. Let's have some fun.
You can arrange your dinner plans accordingly between the two duels if you'd like. Looks like he's working for a reversal here.
So went for a kind of switch. Braddock dropped down to a leg.
Yeah.
What are we looking to do here for Foster?
I think bellying out and coming back up. When you're not able to make something happen there, the top man can waste a lot of time. Only 1:30 on the clock. He wants to get moving, get his hands free, and turn and face him, which he does.
And there's the 1-point escape for Foster.
Having watched Reed wrestle quite a bit over the years, I don't get nervous in tight matches. He knows how to win tight matches. He knows what he needs to do. He stays in good position.
Foster, a senior this year, looking for his third time at state, I do believe.
Those are tough edge calls there. The wrestler has to have an ability to get away. He's in front of two coaches' chairs.
Right.
It's a little tougher. You got to get a little more aggressive there on the edge. Coach Wonderland has a legitimate question there. You know, wrestler can take a stall call or a fleeing call there as well.
Yeah. So the takedown's going to stand. Braddock has a 2-1 lead, 47 seconds. Enough time for Reed to get away. And I think all part of this also, Coach Wonderland, very calm in that because he says, Reed, we didn't come to win 2-1.
Right.
So
right.
go move.
Open it up a little. Sometimes it's good to give your wrestler a little time to recollect themselves and get ready to go here. I think it's a warning on top with a no attempt here. There's one attempt. Good
Nice
job.
Little roll attempt there by Foster. Good follow by Braddock.
He's coming up with working the hand control right away. The offensive or Boone wrestler has to. That's on red. The Boone wrestler has to make an attempt within 5 seconds, and I'm not sure. We'll have to watch for that if he gets back to his feet again here. Yep, there he made it.
That
very
time
good.
he didn't
Yep.
waste time.
Yep.
Oh, attempt might have him caught. The Boone coach is trying to lobby for back points.
He is. He's in a
fighting
tough.
well. That arm looks terrible.
That's potentially dangerous.
Yep. His arm just turned all the way the wrong direction. So, and the Boone wrestler.
He's
comes
calling.
away.
He's calling blood time on the Boone wrestler.
Okay.
So we got about 4.7 seconds left in the period.
Enough time for Reed to try to make a move to get out.
That would be positive. What's your Boone? You got choice in the third.
I would think you'd go down and try to get your point for
down.
the escape.
Yep.
If I'm Boone, I'm more concerned probably about Reed's neutral offense
Right.
than he is from the
Right.
turns.
Right.
Not that he doesn't turn people,
No,
but he's just
no.
been that detrimental from the neutral position over time that I don't think that's where I'd
Yeah.
want to give position.
I think I'd like to. A switch is not a bad move right here.
Sure.
Doing a straight stand up, an athlete can hang on your leg for less than 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So something, or a little Granby, something a little different out of the playbook here.
Goes for the stand-up.
Yep,
Braddock drops down to the knee exactly like you were talking about.
Which he can do for 5 seconds, and
Yep.
it was 4.7. Surprised the official seems a little inconsistent on his whistle here.
Yeah, I thought that one they were moving before the whistle, but
He's given a long pause.
yeah.
And-
They're
and-
trying
and-
to anticipate it, and he's inconsistent.
Yeah, and as an official, you just need to be set, go.
So Foster down 2-1 in the top position. And Braddock's gonna get out, take a 3-1 lead. Our Blue Jay Digital, Mr. Ruley there, close up for the action, trying to get the takedown right there.
Good shot by Reed. He's going to step up and cut across here. He's in very good shape here. There you go, Reed. Good. Hollenkamp.
So realistically, that probably shouldn't be out of bounds yet, since both of Braddock's feet were in, unless you decided they were too close to the edge of being off the mat.
Yeah, Braddock, showing very good defense. Good foot movement there.
As we get closer to a minute remaining here, Braddock drops down in a low single. And going to get a takedown as he comes from behind. Braddock now with a 5-1 lead. Still a minute left. Still a lot of time to get your action and offense going.
Important not to panic. Important to do one step at a time. Get your escape. Get your reversal. Go to work.
So here's your 2, 3. And Braddock decides to let him up because he's not getting him back down. Avoid the stall call that at this point doesn't matter, but if you got it and you could potentially be problematic later, a second stall call gets the opponent a point.
You wonder, 1 hour weigh-in, a first match early in the season. Sometimes the weight management can be an issue.
Coming into this match, Foster was ranked number 7 at 3A, Braddock number 12 at 3A. Early season rankings mean as much as you expect they do, but it's mostly based off of previous seasons, with Foster, finishing on the podium last year and Braddock not. That's a big part of that. Braddock able to defend off that throw.
Yeah, it's tough that late in the match trying to go. It's kind of like
they know what you're doing.
Yep. A team trying to pass late in the game when you're able to sit back and wait. It's tough.
So Braddock's going to come away victorious, 7-2, getting the Toreadors on the board.
We got it looks like an unsportsmanlike on Boone.
For the fist pumping? Was there more to it?
I'm going to guess it was a
Words?
verbal. I'm going to guess it was a verbal exchange.
So
we'll see.
Docked 1 point then.
So they'll go up 2 points on the board versus 3. And I think the official will come over and explain that. Or not. Here we go, another 8 versus 11, 7 versus 12.
8 versus 11 is what I saw this one at.
Yep.
2 state qualifiers last year. McCray at 120, Hollenkamp at 113. McCray gets the quick takedown. McCray, probably sitting there looking last year's state qualifier was disappointing on that front because he was planning podium, but
he beat 2 state placers on his way to qualify for state.
Yeah.
They had 3 qualify last year, first time in 3A. I think that's a great move.
Yeah.
That was a textbook reason why you don't want to leave a kid at home that belongs on the podium.
Sure.
But one thing I like about McCray is he's explosive. He's got a lot of offense, and he's not afraid to let it fly. So if we end up in a 13-9 match, I won't be surprised. It's not going to be a 2-1.
Now against North Polka, he started out really fast. He did tire a little early, it looked like, early in the season. And, you never know when a kid's dealing with a sickness or an injury or whatever.
Sure.
But we'll look for him to have a little more of a gas tank tonight as we get later into the season.
Yeah, Coach, I get tired watching McCray. He's not afraid to go blazing out there, throwing it all out there, getting up big. You'll see some 5-point moves from him. You'll see some nice turns, but very athletic, able to pick guys up easily.
The release gets a 2-1 lead right now for McCray as he looks to get his offense going again.
Hollenkamp is also cat-like quick, though. Yeah. I noticed.
Oh, boy, nice little dump there.
Nice little carry. Yeah. I would not be surprised if he'll take about 10 or 15 seconds to work for a turn and cut him again, because he's got the offense.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen that a lot from McCray over the last couple of years, is that, you know, if he doesn't see it right away, because he can drop right in like that again as somebody gets up thinking, okay, I'm good, and all of a sudden there's a shot happening already again.
Yeah, don't blink. Don't blink. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a stall call here before too long. I think he might have 10 shots to
none.
Yeah, he's and again, that's the difficulty with wrestling Matthew McCray.
So here with 10 seconds, you're going to look to hold him down and go into the second period with a 6-2 lead. If something opens up for a turn, sure, go ahead, but otherwise you're just not giving up a point.
Yep, that's good management on his part and the coach's part, just to say, hey, we know you're fast, but 4 seconds, that's a little tight.
Corbin Crook about to pin a kid over on the JV mat.
I was just going to say the
great fight by the Toreador. I'm not sure which wrestler that is, but
that's been
the fact that he hasn't been pinned yet at this point is quite impressive.
That cul-de-sac in town is known for wrestlers.
There's been a lot of them over there. Pfizer and Mater probably get all the credit for that. I can promise you it's not me.
Yeah, well.
The official's going to give a little redirect on how to
get
a starting position.
Yeah, I like that early in the season. Man, it's on.
Yeah, at any point, if there's 8 cautions in 3 matches, that's an issue with not blowing your whistle timely. You're like setting him up as a super quick switch from McCray, gets the 2-point reversal. And now he's got a little wing in there looking to potentially dangerous, really.
Well, and we're off the mat, and there's no points.
Well, but he did the potentially dangerous symbol.
No, he gave him 1. No, he released.
McCray's releasing him? No, he's never mind. He's not releasing him.
Okay.
Just kidding. Gotcha, Grandma.
We're getting our signals crossed here. 1:47 left in the second, 8-2, Matthew McCray. And we're going to go red. That was a legitimate jump.
It was. And he's looking like, Coach, he's not blowing the whistle.
What's he
is that the 3rd caution? So so that's 1 point for McCray because that's the 3rd caution on bottom.
I don't know that it was it.
Well, they gave him the point.
Little whip back, trying to do a little reach whip back on McCray. That's can be effective.
So McCray with a 7-point lead here in the second period, looking to make a turn.
We, as we move along in the meet, I'll also point out, got a great crowd here tonight for a home opener. Usually our fans at home can't see the home crowd; they can see the visitor crowd.
They're going to be out of bounds. 1:09 remaining. You know, whether it's success leads fandom or fandom builds success, you know, you can argue that. But we've had a few really great years in a row with Blue Jay Wrestling. I want to say we've maybe lost 2 or 3 duels total in the last 2 years. And so, you know, it's fun to watch kids come out, compete, do well. And when you have offense with like McCray's and Pfizer's and those kids, like it's exciting. It's fast. And
he did do a release when he came back to the middle. So that's why we're 11-3.
We would say there was 9-3, and then McCray quickly got another takedown. Yeah, the whistle catching me a little off guard on the JV side as well. But so right now we're in major decision territory with 11-3 lead, and we're going to get a stall call on bottom. Not really looking to build up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. What are we doing here? We're just checking the score.
Maybe. Based off what they've called, that's the right score. The only argument would be if you didn't show the release to give McCray another takedown.
I think one of those cautions was on McCray. One of the cautions was on Green.
Okay.
We'd have to rewind, and we don't want to do that. But
right.
Now we're calling for blood time. Some blood was found.
Coach Wonderland's pointing it out. He's found the spot.
Yeah, he's got good vision.
Look at that suit from Coach Corey. I think that's a new one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's usually something Coach Dykey can get away with and not Coach Corey, but now there's a new fashionista in town, and it's Coach Corey.
So now we literally can say, "You my boy, Blue," and we'll have Coach Corey to be talking about.
Yeah, there's that. Sans tie. I think we're all going sans tie tonight as well. And, Kinker, the lone disappointment, I don't think he's in a sport coat.
In his defense, he just finished up with junior high practice and came directly here.
Yep.
So
that's a waiver.
That's
an automatic waiver.
I don't want to put a suit on if I didn't get a chance to shower after practice either.
No. We're going to give him a pass on that. Okay, we're back to action here with 17 seconds left in the second period.
They left it at 11-3, so whatever the argument or debate was from the Boone coach did not change anything. We got to start without a caution.
And he's going to try to work a turn here. I don't think he's going to – well, he did cut him.
You question that decision with 12 seconds left.
Well, he just about took him down in about 3 seconds. So we're not going to bet, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to get a takedown. But
with 15 seconds, sure. With 4, it's much more challenging.
Yeah.
So it should be 11-4, I believe.
Red's going to go down, and the interesting thing, I think the coach's point was, hey, you've had a couple false starts. You might want to. I think going down is the right call. It's all been takedowns. You might as well get your point.
Now we have the 4th point up there, so we're sitting at 11-4. Trying that same hook to see if he can wing him over.
Yeah, I don't. McCray's been around the block a few times. I don't know that might surprise you the first time, but you're gonna.
The third and fourth time with the same move doesn't usually.
No, you're gonna shift over a little.
And McCray's going to request neutral, so that'll be 11-5.
I don't think we're done with takedowns. I think.
Well, definitely wasn't the plan when he let him up, and there's the quick takedown.
I might just do another just to
not risk losing him late.
And morally, that's a tough. He's really dominated on his feet. Not something. With two highly ranked wrestlers, you don't normally see that, but McCray's got some firepower.
Well, and selfishly, I'd like to see him get up and do a little more action, not just because it's fun to watch, but because I want to see that the third period against North Polk was the outlier.
Yeah.
And that we're in shape and ready to go. You know.
And sometimes that's coming off of sickness. Sometimes it's diet related. Boy, is that I'd like to give Coach Wonderland credit for that, but that kid is just quick.
Yeah,
you can't coach.
I don't love that stall call.
No, good Lord.
That'd be reaction time speed. Like, I'm not saying he's doing anything to avoid it, but he was only there for 4 seconds.
Well, and I think the other piece of it is, when you're getting scored on a lot. He's not stalling. He's trying. I think it's unfair to the Boone wrestler. I mean, this kid is coming at him. He's throwing the kitchen sink at him. And you know what? I'm going to try to be more positive about officiating.
I don't view this as judging the official. I view this as educating the fan. If they aren't big wrestling fans, but they're just tuning in because we have a broadcast.
Yes.
And they're like, that doesn't seem fair. We want to encourage them. No, they're not wrong on that.
In the name of education, I support that. No, I don't know that you. He's a lot to handle with his quickness, and that's a tough.
McCray gets the 18-7 victory.
You know, but legitimately, he was easily the 4th or 5th best kid last year at that weight. Didn't have the state meet he wanted, but he certainly was in that conversation. So
here we got Ashton Peterson, a freshman for the Toreadors. We got caution on Connor already. Connor coming in. He is ranked. What is he ranked? I have it written down. He's third. Yep, at 132 as he quickly sends Peterson to his back. It's not typically Connor's style to pin somebody right away. Normally he likes to run up a few takedowns first.
Well, he doesn't want to be outdone by McCray.
Right. I'm not saying he's out there looking for stats, but he's also, not looking for takedowns.
One thing we haven't talked about is the quality of competition in the room.
Sure.
Has to be advantageous for a Matthew McCray, a Reed Foster, a Connor Pfizer.
When you can look a weight in either direction and see a state placer.
Yeah.
Not to mention the kids that can't make the varsity lineup because of what's in front of you.
Yeah, no doubt. And so as the program's grown, and it's growing organically and naturally, it's pretty neat to see the kids club kids moving up and a community-based program that's really producing some tough kids. And that competition will just continue to iron sharpens iron, right? It'll continue to enhance things.
Pfizer not getting any additional back points. He never let go of the arm, so they didn't award the 3 points previously.
No.
I don't think Connor's going to spend a lot of time thinking about it as he gets the pin in a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Taking the Blue Jays to a 32-2 lead. And I believe that was I think that was Connor Pfizer's 100th career win.
We need to have a little fanfare. This is disappointing.
Well, I mean, you don't necessarily want to do it right in the middle of a match, right? Because you got wrestling to do, but
a sign, a poster, come on.
I'm guessing some of that'll come, but.
Well, here's one of those program kids we've talked about. Landon Corey is somebody who has been at tough weights for the Blue Jays and hasn't always gotten the varsity spot. He's earned his way in there now, and I think we're going to see some good things out of him.
Facing Jackson Warwick, a sophomore. Warwick strikes first with the takedown. Has a odd cradle wrapped up.
Just a 1 count. Not nothing to be too. He's back up, so we're 2-1.
So yeah, Landon's found himself stuck behind such kids as multiple state placer Dalton Rao, and so it's not you're not any good. It's you're stuck behind somebody who is really good.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
So you're getting an opportunity here to shine a little bit as junior year.
Good shot.
Good defense there by Warwick to get Corey off the leg.
Yeah, these are two mature, advanced wrestlers. Though they're not beginners. They definitely know what they're doing here. That was a great low shot. That is 2. There's 2 supporting points in.
There you go.
Not to encourage from up here, but that's a nice series for Landon to put together after an early takedown.
One thing about this Boone lineup, it is a really young lineup. They have 1 senior, 1 junior, and the projected starters, and a whole lot of freshmen and sophomores. Their youth program has really been building over the last few years. You got some kids that are, Tulsa bound in the off season coming up through the ranks. So, the program is young. You're going to expect it to build really heavily over the next few years, and so it'll definitely be something to keep an eye on. I do think there's potential they have similar issues that we've had over the years, and that a lot of those kids might be at similar weights.
Yeah.
So figuring out where do they all fit is something. But
I think the other thing is every year Boone has a couple of kids that you're going to see on the podium, and again, it's no different. This year they've got a number of ranked kids, but you think about there's a lot of people happy to see Ty Solverson a senior.
Yeah.
You know, he's a kid who's been in the varsity lineup since day one, and not a great draw to have.
Yeah.
Tough kid.
Yeah, definitely had a successful career, tough matches, and
Corey with a nice switch for 2. Let's see if he can climb the ladder here and grab that arm. Oh, boy.
Almost had that arm pinned.
Little.
Still has the leg hooked,
Yeah,
still in an advantageous. He's going to let the leg out, but
I think the Boone wrestler almost regretted trying to
stop the switch.
Yeah, he almost cost himself there for back points, but
so Landon with a 5-2 lead right now.
He's also another one of those multi-sport athletes for the Blue Jays. Works very hard. Did a great job. Had a
huge interception in the Glenwood game.
Yeah, sealed the quarterfinal win to make it to the Dome. Couldn't have had better timing on that. Things were not looking great for the Blue Jays, and he makes a break on a ball and really steals it from the receiver.
Yeah.
And
he ran the route better than the receiver did.
Yeah, that was a neat moment.
5-3, Corey with the lead in a neutral position. Minute to go in the second period. Blue Jays with a 32-2 lead in the duel. We did start this at 2:15, so 190 will be the final match of this duel. Coming up after this duel, you'll have Boone versus Ballard. And then finishing the night with Bondurant Farrar versus Ballard.
He's going to want to get hand control here. The Boone wrestler is in a great position to score here in a front headlock. We just got to keep squaring up and controlling hands. Great job fighting out of that. He was in a little bit of trouble, but he did a nice job working out of it.
Oh, nice double. Come through it. Good defense there by Warwick.
He's going to want to keep moving off so he doesn't get in trouble here.
And I would say that's no. You have.
Yeah. Good decision there, because what you don't want to do is do all the work
and then let them come around.
Give up a cheap one.
Yep. Oh,
nice
I like
shot.
it. I like it. Finish that, Landon.
5.
Come on, buddy.
Yes.
Nice.
Excellent. That's a statement right there to say I am not giving up, to go into the third period up 4 instead of up 2. And now Boone is going to select neutral. You know what?
I mean,
okay. I like it. As a Blue Jay, I like that call.
So 7-3 lead here for Landon.
This really comes down to conditioning and guts right now, because both guys are pretty darn talented, as we've seen.
Also, I want to go back to that takedown. You know, started at 9 seconds, I think, on the clock. A lot of times you're just going to ride that out. You had a 2-point lead going into the third, but that takedown gives you a commanding lead to where you can continue to be aggressive. You really don't have to be defensive yet, because even if he takes you down, it's okay. You're still got the lead.
So bring up a great point. It's a commanding lead on the scoreboard. It's a commanding lead mentally. This is, now this takedown that took almost 45 seconds, that's the dagger that really.
Now you're looking bonus points.
Yeah. Now, and now the Boone wrestler's in that position where really he's just trying for a home run, because when you're down 6, you're going to have to pin him likely. So coach is asking for a release. Corey is listening. Some guys will wave coach off. Hey, I've just done the work. Let me take a break for a minute.
So 9-4 right now. Need 2 takedowns with the escapes if he's going to get the major. And part of this, I think, is coach is just looking ahead to the idea that there's going to be times where I need you to be a bonus wrestler.
Right.
And I need you to be willing to hunt for that.
Warwick, oh, boy, that is a nice adjustment by Corey to get the 2. He's going to cut him again.
Cut him. He's got 25 seconds to get a takedown.
We're going to see what kind of guts Landon Corey's got here. Well, I think we just answered the question. He's a pretty gutsy kid. He's going to keep cheating over to the side. That is 2. He's covered both legs. I'm not sure what else there is.
2. 5 seconds remaining. He's going to hold him there, and Landon Corey's going to come away with a big major decision right there. And really just, not just the gutsy, but also just conditioning. Way to be in shape, ready to continue to wrestle late in a match and not just gassed out.
You know what's not easy? What's not easy is giving up an early takedown and coming back for a major. And I don't think he had any back points, did he? That was all takedowns. Not easy to do at all.
Yep. All right, now at 144 pounds, one of those new weight classes for the Toreadors, number 4 ranked Ty Solverson, and for the Blue Jays, junior Blake Briley. Solverson with a quick takedown. Briley put a lot of work in the offseason, really looking to have a nice year, but also, you're coming across a guy who finished 8th last year at 138 pounds and ranked number 4 for a reason.
Well, and he's been among the elite in the state for a number of years, right? I mean,
yep.
Boy, I remember he's had battles with a couple different Blue Jays over the years.
Well, and I want to say I don't remember a time in his career when he wasn't ranked.
Yeah. Yes.
Like maybe that first weekend as a freshman where they don't rank freshmen, but otherwise I'm pretty sure he's been ranked since then. I mean, Briley had some success this offseason, I believe, doing some Greco wrestling. We'll see if he's able to get any of that upper body action coming as we go forward, but Solverson's not going to be an easy one to get that on either.
He's pretty dynamic, and again, boy, there's another false start. You don't usually see too many of those in the varsity matches, but
it's a good thing there's not 5 yards added to each false start.
Oh boy.
Blow your whistle, buddy.
Oh, hey, you know what? It's a tough night in the stripes. It's not an easy job. We appreciate him being here, and it's easy to be the old guys with all the answers up here. But
I'm not sure we're the old guys in this one.
Getting into a rhythm with starts is very important for wrestlers, right?
This is not a takedown yet. Now it is. So 9-1 lead there for Solverson.
Yeah, he's not had many victories over the Blue Jays, though.
No, he's had some tough matchups as well. And there's been a couple years where he probably would have liked to wrestle a different wrestler to challenge himself, but there's been a couple duels in the last few years that were really close, and we're like, we're going to get the points.
We got another false start here, another caution.
Yeah, I think there's been some lobbying over the years, like, hey, I want that match. Hey, I'm cool giving up that match, but Coach Wonderland's obviously wanting to make sure you secure the duel as well. So
right. Like I said, Boone always has.
Ooh. All right, Briley,
this
come
be
on.
Nice. Good for him. Good for him.
Now, I mean,
and he's going to.
The way that started, it's still only 9-4.
Yeah. And Ty's got a couple of gears.
Briley did not wrestle against North Polk, and so this is the first varsity action I think he's had this year. Okay. I do believe he had a couple matches in last year, but a win isn't always the only thing either, when you're stepping into varsity action, depending on who your opponent is. But Briley's not done looking for that win yet.
No, and he's not conceding. He knows he's got a tough bout, and he's out there battling and not giving up, giving his best, and that's really he's saying, "Hey, I'm not rolling over here."
Nice carry attempt, but it's a little late there for Solverson, and so 10-4 is going to be the score after one. Well, and we're going to see a lot of tough opponents, both in conference, at tournaments we go to. We've really ramped up the tournament schedule a bit over the last couple years, still trying to maybe build it up a little more. But, that Donnybrook is huge, obviously, and some of the other things we've been able to add in. So really looking to build the strength of schedule so you're prepared for the grind that is Wells Fargo Arena.
Right. And I think we've added some things. The other thing I'm pretty happy to see is we've created a lot of JV opportunities. Mm-hmm. A couple of varsity tournaments our JVs go to. They go to a number of other JVs.
Last year we went up to the Alphabet Soup up there at AGWSR and had a really nice showing with a JV squad at a smaller varsity tournament.
And again, some kids who'd be in a lot of schools' lineups.
Yeah.
Right? But just when you've got a a Pfizer or a Fellers or a Smith or a who, we've had Rao, so many.
Yep. Well, we probably had 3 or 4 wrestlers that had, records that were like 15-2, 20-3 last year on JV that had kids that finished at state on top of, in front of them. It's like, that happens.
Yeah.
Nice takedown by Solverson there.
No, I think this is a good opportunity for Blake to say, hey, you know what? I can compete with the top in the state. I gotta clean up a few things on my feet. I'm gonna work on better position, but he's one of the elite, no doubt. And for him to secure a takedown and to hang in there is something to be proud of.
So that's 15-4. Briley trying to control that wrist so he can stand up without risking any points. Solverson looking to just Turk him across on this. As you see, he's got that leg hooked with his right leg. Good fight here in this position from Briley. Team points probably not going to be the issue here, but, getting in the habit of fighting for every point is huge.
No, and it's a team sport for a reason, right? I mean, part of it is, hey, we don't want you to get pinned. If you don't get pinned,
that saves us a point.
Yeah, or try to make it a major, or what can you contribute? When they're if they have an opportunity as a team to compete in Wells, that's what it's about.
Yeah. Looking ahead more so just from the past success maybe we've had the last few years, not trying to cement the season as being predictable by any sense of the imagination. Solverson really looking good with that carry.
Yeah. He's got a lot of technique, but he's got a lot of horsepower too. He's not a small 44-pounder.
Nope. Well, like I said, he moved from 38 to 44, building up a little bit, but also not cutting. Like he's probably cutting some weight to get there, strong 144.
Yeah.
And this will end it as a tech fall. It should.
This early in the season, you probably don't want to bump up and hit a Nolan Fellers either, right?
No, right. Well, I don't know. Realistically, I wouldn't be surprised if you gave him the opportunity if he would have jumped at that because that's the type of competitors those kids are.
Let's go. Yeah.
But
let's do it.
In this case, a win is also nice to see if you're the Toreador side. Moving on to 150 pounds for the Toreadors, Brody Warwick, a freshman, coming in at 1-1, and Nolan Fellers already in on the takedown at 150 pounds. Ranked number 3, Fellers is at 3A. Finished third at 138 last year. Had a real, nice match there with Ryder Block, a current Hawkeye, and that was his loss in Wells.
Yeah, and I think Nolan's upside is huge.
Nolan says, "Yeah, I need 2 points on the scoreboard, guys,
if you don't mind."
If anybody feels they're an expert scoreboard operator, I do believe we're looking for a volunteer for the season.
Sure.
Feller's getting a little high, trying to work his way back under as he kind of fights for an angle.
It's the second Warwick in the lineup. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say we've got a couple brothers here.
Although the younger one is the bigger one.
Sure.
Feller's going to come around behind and get back in the good, safe position before he starts working for offense again. And Feller's one of those multi-sport athletes. Kind of whittled him down a little bit to just 2 sports that he's really focused on. Probably would have potential to be elite at a few more, but focusing just on football and wrestling. Found himself in key situations there football-wise down the stretch, and a real asset to have, and probably going to be a big part of the team next year.
If if you're on the mat, you don't want to see him, and if you're a receiver crossing over in his area, you don't want to see him either. He's a very physical, hard-hitting kid, just what you want in a DB, smart.
I said I kind of wanted him on the defense from the very beginning of the year because I'm like, he one thing I know is he knows how to double leg tackle.
Yeah, and we saw him make some nice tackles this year.
Nolan has 7-1 lead here. Had a nice showing at the Donnybrook. I think he finished fifth or sixth. There's like 32 or 36 teams at the Donnybrook, so anytime you can end up on the podium there, that is an accomplishment. And like you said, that's best in the Midwest. Essentially, you got teams from Illinois, teams from Missouri, Minnesota as well.
Wisconsin. I would have to say Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa. I'm not sure there's 4 tougher states, right? I mean, obviously California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, those are tough, but to have all those at one tournament is unusual.
And it's also part of the Iowa rules. We can't travel to a tournament farther than a state that touches Iowa. So it does limit your ability on how far you can go searching for competition, and for kids like Nolan, putting them in an elite tournament is definitely beneficial because he's that type of kid, and then you got other kids that maybe are just hoping to find a way to win matches, get to the state meet that maybe that's not as good of a situation for them. But I would say the majority of our kids had really nice outings at Donnybrook.
Well, the thing I do like about the tournament is if you lose your first 2 bouts, you're going to wrestle a guy that lost his first 2 bouts. And so no matter the age or no matter the ability level, if you're a super high level or a more beginner, you're going to get some matches that are in your zone ability-wise.
Feller's kind of putting a takedown clinic here. Up 12-2 now in the second.
Yeah, Warwick is not going over very easy, though. He's attempted to turn him a little bit, and it's not been.
He's got a little bit of near fall, but definitely has some good fight from the bottom position there. And we're going to come back to center, 12-2. Nolan's going to look over to his coach. It's like, hey, do I hold him down? Do I release? And it looks like they're going to start down. Minute 3 remaining in the second. Not a lot of action on bottom off the whistle. Probably not a bad idea considering the number of cautions and things like that we've had that you don't necessarily dive off the whistle.
Let's just have a gentleman's agreement.
Right.
Neither one of us are going to jump the whistle. And
3 Mississippi after the whistle, and then we'll start wrestling.
Yeah, 3 taps on the stomach is usually the practice room agreement, right?
Much more predictable at that point, though, than it has been right now. So you got Nolan putting the opponent's arm right there on his back. It gets to be sensitive sometimes as if you move it too far. Wow.
Yeah.
You finally get in the count. If you move the arm up towards the head behind his back, it'll stop for potentially dangerous. And Nolan letting the official know I have nothing to get control here.
And that's a
valid technique from the wrestler.
Yeah. Show him your hands. It's a new move.
Yep.
Hey,
that's a technical fall.
I'm at 16.
So Nolan Fellers with a second period tech fall, 18-2. It's going to make it 41-7 as a team score with 4 bouts to go. As we move to 157 pounds, so we're switching it up a little bit. 157 pounds. Boone is open, and Vincent Fine is going to take the forfeit victory. 47 now points, and then I'm guessing Jack. No, this isn't Jack. Is Jack Lewis out tonight? Maybe
Jack is on the. I believe Jack is next to one of the Pfizer boys.
So he does not appear like he is wrestling tonight.
He's between the Pfizer boys, in fact.
So either way, Vincent Fine takes the forfeit victory at 157. Moving on to 165. Junior for Boone is Joseph Pistotnik. And for the Blue Jays, junior Jordan Ryle, quarterback Jordan Ryle, coming in ranked number 6 at 165. Also with a nice Donnybrook, I think he was 6th and a podium appearance as well. Had a great run at state last year, finishing on the podium as well, knocking off a couple of ranked opponents.
You know, he's a kid who could probably help us out on the basketball court, the baseball diamond.
Well, he's already football, wrestling, track, and baseball.
Yeah.
So you're running out of places to.
I think Coach Evans would take him.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking you're running out of hours in a day.
Yeah.
You know, he's probably a good golfer too. I don't know if he's ever golfed, but you give him a club, he'd probably sink a couple of them.
Yeah, no. He kind of fun to see him show the state what he had on some big stage events where he
get a stall call there on Postotnik as he backed out.
Less likely to get a caution here.
Yeah. Well, and like one of the things I love about Jordan, everything he does, it looks so smooth and almost effortless.
Yeah.
It's just
make no mistake, he's a very, very hard worker, very dedicated, but you know, that's an example of talent working hard and seeing some neat results.
And I would argue, I mean, is what it is. I would argue he's the best quarterback in 4A last year. We just didn't throw enough for him to statistically be that, but there's not a quarterback I want over him. I'll tell you that.
We did see down the stretch that that he could do it all: offense, defense, run it, throw it across his body 42 yards on a dime, and have Cole Miller catch it effortlessly.
Right.
And you know, I'm hard pressed to say what his best sport is, because he's
well, he was starting shortstop as a freshman, you know.
Legitimately.
Oh yeah.
There was some great athletes out there.
He essentially displaced a senior who was playing some college baseball right now. Here you go, we don't have a better option. It's like, no, you're a legitimate option.
On the podium as a sophomore, right? I was
well, in freshman year, he wrestled a lot of varsity, but while Dalton Rao was injured,
right,
but ended up behind Dalton when it came down to the tournament run. So definitely had potential to make a state appearance if he wasn't blocked.
Was that 2A?
No, that was 3A.
Okay.
We were at
right.
at Johnston was the qualifier.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that we wouldn't have had two Blue Jays on the podium that year.
Yeah,
especially
under the new format where 3 would have qualified.
Nice slow shot by the Boone wrestler, and Jordan adjusts as time expires to avoid a takedown.
Stotnik can choose down. Jordan with a 4-2 lead here. 3 matches remaining in this first duel. Then we'll head over to a Boone versus Ballard duel, followed by Bondurant Farrar versus Ballard.
I don't think we have who do you think we're going to see here at 175?
For us?
Yes.
I think it's going to be Tal and Doug.
Good.
I think Chase is still out right now. And so hopefully, you know, for his sake, he's ready to. I don't know if they had that wrestle off, but you know, I want our healthiest lineup to figure out who the best wrestlers are.
Well, and at this point, I think there's no rush to get somebody in the lineup, right?
Yeah.
You win a duel, you lose a duel.
Right.
I don't think that
before Christmas is just getting ready for after Christmas.
Yeah. You'd like to win the conference duel title, but at the end of the day, I don't know that anybody really loses sleep over that. Nice pick.
Keep him in.
Can he adjust?
And that's 2. And out of bounds should be, since there's only 1 point in.
Postotnik has been in the weight room himself.
Yeah.
He's not a.
No.
He
might have bumped up 3 weight classes. I almost feel like he was a 38 last year.
Or
a 44 or 45, I guess it was last year.
Yeah.
Because Solverson was 38, but.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Postotnik's jumped a few weight classes, and you know you'll have that with the work you put in the weight room, and it'll show.
Well, I think Boone will be open at 75.
I think there's a chance at that. They didn't have anybody listed. Jordan working for a turn. Trying to get Pistotnik down onto the mat. This is where one of those where I don't really want to see stalling. Both wrestlers are working towards something. It might not look like much, but Pistotnik's not just sitting there. He's trying to fight hands, trying to build up, and Jordan's trying to work off of it.
Two good wrestlers. There's no. I think sometimes officials get antsy and they want to force the action, and it's just not what the situation calls for.
Good escape there by Pistotnik.
Yeah.
Makes it 6-4 late. See if Jordan can find some action here as they're both out of bounds. He's really being a little inconsistent with the out of bounds. And
I do see some veteran volunteers here tonight. I see we got a Doug Fulton on the bench over there, and a Walt Long, long-time scorekeeper.
Walt Long hasn't had a wrestler on the team in, 6 years, it feels like?
He has had a manager.
He has had a manager.
So let's not.
But
yes.
I think the younger Long
yes
has got to be close to 6 years removed. And Walt has been here running the track wrestling most meets.
Yeah. He's
since.
Walt's kind of our people. He's kind of he's a dyed-in-the-wool wrestling fan, and loves watching the Bluejays compete. So every community needs a Walt Long and a
Doug.
Yeah,
you can give Doug credit too.
Absolutely.
Although it looks like Doug's just chatting and clapping now, but I think he might have been doing it for JV. He might be the scoreboard for JV.
You need a Fulton family. You need a Long family. It makes it a special environment here for a home meet.
Good reaction there from Jordan to come around, get the 2-point takedown. Under a minute now remaining. Jordan will work for a turn. If he can get a 3-point near fall, that would put him in the major territory as well. I think first and foremost, Jordan's looking to make sure he gets a victory. But
yeah. And as we said, this is a very strong opponent. You've got a Matthew McRae that wrestles with his hair on fire, right? And then Jordan's a little more. Now he just picked up a stalling call.
That's his second stall call on pushing the other guy out.
And then Jordan's a little more purposeful, measured, strategic. He's a more strategic guy.
I like that circle there at the end. He's backing out to avoid
That's
the takedown.
Sorry for those people listening at home yelling into the mic. That's where I like the collegiate out of bounds of, hey, you're in the cylinder, that's 2.
Yeah.
I like the what did you see there?
That's what you think. That's the coach's question right there.
Yeah.
What is it that you see that wasn't 2?
You can't question their judgment. Otherwise, you're going to get a warning or a point automatically. What was it that you saw over there?
Because from my angle, it really looked like a takedown.
His hands were in bounds. Sure, is it on the edge? You bet. But we're Blue Jay fans, so we apologize to those bombers or toreadors that are listening. That's going to be a major. That might be a fall if he gets down there.
I don't know if he's going to get this right there, but 3-point near fall is going to make it 15-5, and Jordan's going to come away with a nice victory.
You know what, Joseph?
Well, he went for it at the end, right? I mean,
Joseph Pistotnik is a tough wrestler.
All right, we do have somebody coming out here.
All right.
Let's see if we got. This is Brendan Hedrick is the wrestler coming out. Let's see what we got about Brendan. He's a sophomore versus Talon Dove, a junior. Dove, if he might have a varsity match or 2 in, but really this is his first real action. He was stuck in kind of a cluster of wrestlers as well behind Jack Lewis and Marcus Teed and those guys. And so really getting his first opportunity to see if he can.
There you go.
There you go. Slips that head, gets the 2-point takedown, and now he's looking to make some back points.
I liked he's not afraid to go out there and mix it up a little bit.
Well, and, like a lot of guys when that headlock hits, especially in a little more inexperienced, you try going across the body because you're like, well, no, I'm trying to prevent myself from getting turned, but it really creates leverage for them to whip you over. So he made the right read, got over to the left side where his head was, and allowed himself to slip out.
Well, and Talon showed he's newer to the varsity lineup, but he's not inexperienced. Some of that work he's done in the room and at the JV levels paying off, and he certainly has put some time in the weight room.
Whoa, that should not be an escape. That absolutely should not be an escape. He had not broken away, turned, and faced up or anything. I'm also not entirely sure we stopped the clock during that break, but
let's keep it moving, right? There we go. That's going to be that could be fatal. That could be a near cradle to the fall. That is a takedown.
There it is. That's a takedown.
Up. Don't get too high.
That's
all
fine.
right.
Come around behind. Yeah. Get back where it's safe. He's locking up the cradle again. I like it. Looking for offense right away.
I like that he's going after it. I'd like him to get a little more hip to hip. His right hip should be on the
he's trying a multitude of ways to earn back points.
And sometimes just understanding, taking a deep breath, slowing down a little bit, and being a little more intentional. But I like that he's not afraid to get out there and throw it.
Thought we were going to see a double chicken wing there for a second.
We're not going to be done with the scoring. I do think the score is not correct.
Well, they awarded an escape, so it should be 4-1 at least.
Yeah. Yes. And I think they got it.
Okay, there's the 4-1.
Now, let's see. Red is going to go down. Okay, I'm fine with that because I think he can turn him. He's nearly turned him with 3 different things.
But from the bottom perspective, you're probably looking, well, I'm not flat on my back, so I have a shot to get out here.
Yeah.
A good switch, good follow by Dove.
Yeah.
I like it. Good action.
Yeah, no, these are the old side roll. Didn't fall for it. That was good.
We always called it the fat man roll.
I don't because I wasn't afraid to throw that out there a little bit. No, I didn't.
Yeah, but I was a fat kid when I started doing it. So
yeah, I was. I'd like to say I was husky. I think he's going to get this cradle. Come on, get down there and count. He's got to get a little more hip to hip.
So you want him to come over to this side?
Not that way. No, not over the top. So first of all, getting a crossface as a cradle tightens it up dramatically, and look at him. He's going to just work his way back into not being in trouble. So getting a crossface, and his right hip needs to be on his opponent's left hip to effectively turn.
So now we're at 4-2, and Talon goes right back in for the double leg.
Nice,
I like it.
Nice. We've had no short for only having 8 points. We've had a lot of action in 2 periods. This might be a case where Coach Wendy might put him on his feet a little more, to
get the reps in,
and to wear his opponent down, break his spirit a little bit. So when he does go over, he might be ready to get up. Right now, he's got a lot of fight in him. But Boone, I don't care who you're facing from Boone, they're going to come out and fight. They've got some tough kids.
So here he's got this cradle. You want him to come over to the other side and then bring him backwards.
Yep. Or just push him over to the side. So hip right into him and break him down. When a defensive wrestler's on all fours, they're still really dangerous. They've got a lot of things they can do.
Dove with a 6-2 lead going into the third. Talon is going to choose bottom. Also not a bad idea, though, trying to give him opportunities to work at this position because he really hasn't been under much other than technically still was on top when he looked like he was
got locked hands to start it. I don't
think he called it.
Nope. Even with bad eyes from the top row, for those at home, you can just hit the little rewind and double check my vision.
Dove has an 8-2 lead right now. Yeah, pretty. As my replay came across.
Keep moving, keep moving.
All right, so this is nothing right now.
Currently, we're at nothing, and if he hits this double,
right to his back. That's back points. That's back points.
We at least got two. This is gonna.
His arm might be in the way of getting the pin. Now I think it's out of the way, though. I think he's got the pin. That looks really tight. We are not in a position to see whether his shoulders are down. I just don't know how his shoulders aren't down.
This is a scenario where we're not going to judge. And
there we go. And that's going to be a fall for Talon Dove in the third period with a minute remaining.
It's neat to see guys get an opportunity at home and perform.
And our last match of this duel is going to be Austin Degenef, a sophomore, and Brayton Gipple, a junior for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, phonically, I'd like you to sound that out for me again. We might need somebody with an English degree like Mr. Seidel.
If Gipple just works faster, I won't have to.
Gipple with a very aggressive takedown. Good to see him come out strong here.
Degenef. That's what I'm going with.
Okay, I like it.
And if it's wrong, I'm sorry.
Brayton got some good varsity experience last year. Has the confidence, so he's not coming out with the jitters.
One thing I kind of expected to see from Gipple, as he was youthful last year. I was expecting the weight room to maybe strengthen him up a little bit. He's kind of a farm strong kid, but I was expecting a little bit more.
So that was two back points. Gipple was hip to hip on the right side, though.
That was the way you wanted that cradle done.
And get the cross face, because it really takes away the bottom man's ability to do much defensively with one arm.
Where I was going with that is I expected Gipple to be at the same weight class essentially this year and just be much more effective because of increased strength. And he is at essentially the same weight class, but he looks like he's a 90-pounder.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, he's – and in fact, I'll bet he had to trim down a little bit to get there. Look at him. That's a good effort on the turn.
That should be swipes.
He's on the turn, and we're going to get a quick fall, I think.
Well, I'm not sure it's going to be a quick fall, whether it should be or not. That's as flat can get. And so Brayton Gipple going to get a pin to finish off this duel.
Good for him.
Should be 63-7 for a final score for this duel. I do believe we'll have maybe a short break, probably not much of one, before the Boone versus Ballard duel kicks off.
Is that that's just going to be a silent stream for our people at home, or is that?
I don't know.
Are we going to call that?
We can call
it.
All
right.
We can go. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back for the Boone Ballard duel, and we'll roll with that. So we'll be back soon. All right, as we are starting at, well, we started at 285 for this Boone versus Ballard duel. Boone was open, so Ballard gets the forfeit. They're up 6-0. Ballard is the visitors on the scoreboard right now at 106 pounds. Mason Usnick again for Boone, and Easton Enyart for the Bombers. Easton comes in ranked number 4 at 2A. Ballard is 2A versus Boone and Bonnaroo-Farrar both being 3A.
Boone has the white trim on the leg, and Ballard the blue trim on the leg. That's about
not a lot to see the difference otherwise.
Best, the best I can do for you.
Ballard comes in ranked number 4 in 2A as a team for individual, or for tournament, I should say. And so should be an exciting night as we move through this duel and into the next.
Boy, there's some good 106-pounders here tonight.
Uh-huh. Yeah, like I said, Colby had a couple big wins against ranked opponents last week, so he'll look to keep that going this week. And realistically, if he gets a win tonight, I think you'll start talking about him being potentially ranked as well. Again, rankings are what they are this early in the season, but if you find yourself beating ranked opponents consistently, you quickly shoot up those numbers. The Bomber is up 5-0 here. In this match, gray headgear for the Bombers, red headgear for the Toreadors. That's not consistent throughout, but it's definitely something here as Enyart gets another nice takedown. He's up 7-0 now.
You know, Ballard's got some nice navy uniforms. Boone has some nice green ones.
It might have helped with this, as if you were on the JV match, you'd see two very distinctly different looking uniforms.
Yes.
But from the varsity side, they are not.
I feel like all sports have taken the Oregon approach of let's have a couple different uniforms.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't always wear opposite ones, and wrestling is one of those where you end up with the same one way more often. Most of the team sports, you have it more organized that this is our home colors, these are our away colors. And
yes.
And you're with a 7-0 lead, looking for some back point opportunities here.
He got one swing on the roll through tilt. Again, Mason from
Boone.
He is very, very tough. He's not.
He's putting. Ooh, was that not a full? No, I guess that wasn't a full Nelson.
That was an arm bar.
Okay.
The arm bar was a little high.
It was high enough that it almost looked like a full Nelson.
Yeah. Masquerading as a half. No, 3 very good 106-pounders tonight.
Which is exciting because the number of times you end up seeing forfeits and things like that at 106 is way too often. And for a school ourselves that have had really solid 106-pounders for, at least half a decade, if not longer.
Oh, yeah.
I really haven't enjoyed seeing forfeits at 106.
Right. No. At the top level, 106, the competition is pretty fierce. I mean, I think you've got
well, you get a lot of freshmen in there, but when you say freshmen, like, oh, they're young, it's like a lot of these freshmen have wrestled 300 matches somehow before they even step on a mat in high school. So I haven't looked as much at the junior rankings, and you're obviously, if you're finding yourself at number 4 already, probably had a lot of success along the junior high circuit.
Yeah, that's probably a Fargo trip or two.
At a minimum, a few AAU podiums.
Correct. No, the depth in
nice.
The depth in wrestling continues to grow. There's not a lot of great draws out there anymore. You got a lot of depth and a lot of guys, and I think that's part of the club scene has helped create just a lot more opportunities for more guys to develop.
Well, like I said, there's kids wrestling, hundreds and hundreds of matches. They're a good portion of our varsity lineup probably wrestled from middle of November or beginning of November, whether they were in football or not, all the way through March.
Yeah, and
then maybe took a few months off and hit the summer.
Right, and I think there's some balance to that. You don't exactly have everybody on a pitch count, but you got to get away from the mat a little bit and give your body some time to rest. And Mr. Meyer, I'm enjoying some Parks Custom Home popcorn. New bags.
New bags, nice green bags.
Yeah.
Parks Custom Homes decided to put a sponsorship in to put their name on every bag of popcorn. And, well, one thing, if you've ever been to a sporting event where Dr. Powers is, he almost always finds himself with a bag of popcorn.
Well, I'm a connoisseur. Not many people are at my level of popcorn understanding.
Your evaluation of popcorn probably deserves its own podcast.
The Kramer family also is very astute at popcorn, and we had a text chain going around for a few years rating conference popcorn, and so, it's not something we take lightly.
So here's the answer on the Easton was the champ AAU at 85 pounds last year.
Wow.
So
finds himself up 21 pounds.
A Moen Wrestling Academy member at that point, at least. The previous year in 7th grade, he finished 4th at 75 pounds. So definitely some good results for him along that way.
Well, Mason, I would imagine, has a decent history as well. He is he is a worthy opponent as well.
And it's going to come away with a major decision, 11-1. Ballard will take a 10-0 lead. And at 113 pounds for the Bombers, Grayson Hedrick is going to receive a forfeit. At 120 pounds, it does look like we're going to have a match. Oh, I was wrong. A.J. Braddock's going to receive a forfeit for the Toreadors.
Got Patrick Ryle on the scoreboard, it looks like, assisting tonight.
So now moving on to 126 pounds for the Bombers. Aiden Wilson coming in at 3-2. And for the Toreadors, Tate Hollenkamp, who we've already seen once. He's ranked number 11 in 3A. With a quick takedown.
Like a lot of sports in the Raccoon River Conference, very competitive in the conference, very competitive in the state.
It's early. I haven't seen all the other opponents. Typically, the Bombers have been pretty high the last few years. Winterset's had some good years. They might be down a little bit, but also they might have a new run of guys that I just don't see yet from the varsity side. So,
down for Winterset is up for a lot of teams.
Also true.
Boy, I think some of the best. Was there a conference duel with Ballard and Winterset late in the season a few years ago?
Yes, there was. Yep.
I remember probably.
At Winterset, I believe.
Yeah.
If that's the one you're thinking of.
Well, and I think we had one here where we had some unsung heroes get some big matches in the upper weights to win it.
Are you going back to the Josh Doty?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Where he bumped up 2 weight classes.
Yeah.
Yep, that would have been the Winterset duel.
That was there was some excitement that night in the gym.
Hollenkamp's going to do the intentional release, 4-2 lead here. Again, if you're looking for JV matches, we should have a separate stream up, no commentary, but it's there if you are looking for the JV wrestlers. Holenkamp throws a little headlock, 2-point takedown, getting the near fall points, trying to keep his position, trying to get that pin. 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Not really a great spot to be for Wilson, but he's continuing to fight, see if he can find a way.
Now, Boone did not wrestle their heavyweight on the varsity level. That looks like he's
wrestling over on JV.
Yep.
Okay. Which he's a freshman.
Couple
Freshman heavyweight is a tough spot to be.
Couple of ranked,
Holenkamp gets the pin. I imagine he has potential to get a lot of work in the room, though.
Yeah.
Ballard has some really strong upper weight classes and really has for a few years.
Oh, yeah.
One
Christensen leaves and another one just fills right in, it seems.
32 pounds from Ballard, Jacob Harrison.
Like the Pfizers, is Henry the youngest? That would be the question I would have.
Well, I don't know the answer for sure on that.
No.
Moving into 132 pounds for the Bombers, Jacob Harrison, and for the Toreadors, this is going to be Ashton Peterson. Peterson, a freshman. Harrison is a junior. Oh, nice little toss there. Getting the headlock, has the back points, I believe, secured there now. Not awarded yet as he's looking for a fall.
He's got a new move.
But I don't think he awarded it. So
no.
Even though it did look like a different move, he apparently never released it to lose that one. So
you need the Nolan Fellers 2 hands up.
Right. Mr. Official, I clearly have no control here or any move that I have in.
Just for everybody in the gym.
Harrison gets that wing back in right away. Really trying to work that over. We're going to try and take a big step over his head as he gets to a little block of the head there, trying to work around. Changes his mind, goes with a different approach. Looks like maybe some shoulder irritation that he's been working through. Has some little signs of cupping, I believe, on the shoulder there. All the fancy ways that you can try to heal up.
Technology. We had the impact massagers were hot for a while.
Yeah.
Now it's cupping. I think we had some at-home muscle stim for people.
Ugh, I don't like the way that arm looks. It's effective. It's getting him over, but yeah, I think our booster club actually just bought some new leg massage type devices to 3-point near fall here.
Our boosters provide all kinds of things from uniforms to equipment, weights. Always fortunate to be in a community where we have a lot of involved businesses and parents and community members that really have made an impact.
I was going to look what they are. So Sarah Moss, our fantastic keeper of all of our health injuries, posted that we had 2 brand new Normatic units for athletes. So big thank you to the Booster Club for that. And if Sarah thinks they were needed, I'm sure we're heavily utilizing them.
They're for students, Patrick. I don't think we want to see you with the boots on.
Oh, I'm not sure they do enough to solve all my problems.
No. Just an interesting little rollover that just took place by
Harrison.
Harrison. We are in. We're getting in the technical fall area of having an advantage.
He's going to be close to a pin, I would think.
Yeah. Right now it's 14-1.
The official is definitely down there in position, so he has a. There he is. Okay. I know he can see it better than I can based off where he's at, but. So Harrison gets the pin. Oh, that was the JV mat they just announced. Okay. So we're moving on to 138 pounds, where it should be for Ballard, Lincoln Engelman. No, is it Carter Jeffs?
Now for the varsity mat, 138 pounds.
Here we go.
From Ballard, Carter Jeffs.
Okay, this is Carter Jeffs, a sophomore, versus Jackson Warwick, a sophomore. And if you try to talk, I'm not going to be able to hear you because your headset is by your ear or by your forehead.
You know, I thought I'd give everybody a break.
Ah. Checking out for a little bit. I get it. Warwick, his second match of the night, had a match with Landon Corey for Bondurant Farrar already. And that is Jeff's. Not a takedown yet. Needs to get some point of support down. A nice mat return or something like that would get you there. And that's. Oh, had they already awarded it? I didn't see the takedown awarded.
Got to get with the program here.
I know. It's early in the season, first wrestling duel.
That's right. We're going to be much better next time.
Or they'll replace us, one of the two.
Very likely.
There's Coach Chris Corey in that fancy blue blazer.
You know,
do you have one?
No, it looks good on him.
Oh, I feel like, it'd be a good graduation suit for you.
It would be a great graduation suit. I wonder if that was a rental or might be a little snug on me. I might have to drop a few weight classes to share clothes with Mr. Corey.
I guess you could go check out wrestling practice more often.
That's right.
That would probably do a little bit of that.
Yes. Still 2-1. About 15 seconds left here.
Again, this is Carter Jeffs for the Bombers and Jackson Warwick for the Toreadors. Our names didn't want to load into the system for the duel, so we had them. We tried to get them, and they didn't want to load. So we thought, I guess we'll just make you listen to us. I'm sorry that you didn't have a better option. Starting the second period, Jeffs will be down for the Bombers. He has a 2-1 lead and a switch attempt. And Warwick able to return. Back points right there. Holding 2 on the back points. And they're going to get a stalemate position, 2 near fall for the Toreador. Jeffs will remain in the bottom position for the Bombers.
This pretty evenly contested so far.
Warwick looking to work that arm. Trying to get a cradle, sitting a little high.
They're both pretty long, so both a little bit dangerous on the turn.
And Jeffs should have an escape here, and there it is. So that'll tie it up 3-3 about halfway through the second period. Let's see who's going to look for their neutral offense first. Not a lot of action yet from neutral. There you go. Trying to make a little toss.
A little bit of throw by or hip toss.
And a lot of times when you aren't super confident on your shots, there's options you can get without going underneath, an arm bar thing or arm drag, things like that.
Yep.
A little duck under attempt or something like that, just to try to get the action moving, but not necessarily put yourself in as big a risk.
He's got kind of a head and arm trying to, I don't know what the kids call it these days, a cement mixer, a high flyer.
Cow catcher? Well, that was what it was for a while.
Yeah.
It's probably all of those if you ask the right coach.
I've never caught a cow.
Oh, low single attempt there by Jeffs.
Very good shot. He looks like I think he's going to run out of time.
Yeah. He's looking to just sit there. Doesn't feel great about where he is. Going to avoid giving up anything. We're going to go to the third period with a 3-3 tie. And Warwick is going to choose the bottom position. Logical. See if you can get an escape. Gives you a lead. A caution red. That's our first caution of this duel.
That's right. We're down about 13. Looks like it's locked. Nope.
Now it is.
I don't know that he had locked hands, but
Well,
it looked close.
it's awarded.
I'm 100 feet away. He's right there, so
Yeah.
I think he must have had him a little long.
So now he needs the escape to tie it up.
No, the escape.
Oh, sorry.
Put him up.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
Yeah. That's a huge. Now he's going to give him the intentional release to go up 5-3.
Because now he just needs the time to try to look for a takedown.
You know, I like that coaching call because sometimes we wait until there's 12 seconds left to try to save something. Here, there almost 1:40 left. He's got plenty of time to mount a comeback.
Well, we saw in the second period, the neutral offense from both was a little slow, so giving them the extra time to try and find it makes sense.
They're both going for home runs here, and there's a takedown.
All right, so
stretches out to 7-3.
Takedown for Jeffs, 7-3 lead for Boone.
7-4 now.
Sorry, that's Warwick is the Boone wrestler.
Right.
Oh, there's that cement mixer, cow catcher, turnstile again. Really stretched out here.
You being on your stomach is a tough defensive position. I think we're going to secure another takedown and go up 9-4.
I imagine we might just ride it out here. Ideally, you'd be looking to try to find some bonus point opportunities, but I think they might just settle it in. You're going to get a stalling call there on the bomber. Oh, he's got the cradle. That might get you into major. Might even get a pin.
Boy, he is in trouble.
Oh, that's going to take us to the end of the period. 3-point near fall will get you a 12-4 victory for Jackson Warwick. At 138 pounds, that is a major decision. And we'll make it 22-6.
Now from the varsity mat, 144 pounds, from Ballard, Jalen Leland, and from Boone, Ty Solverson.
All right, so at 144 pounds for the Bombers, Jaden Leland. And for the Toreadors, Ty Solverson back in it, number 4 ranked wrestler. I don't think I've seen Leland wrestle before. Let's see how he handles the barrage of attacks from Solverson.
Yeah. 4-4 on the season. Quite a few matches, really.
We're back to the center, 30 seconds in. Solverson not quite as quick to get to his offense this match. Leland, a sophomore, coming into this.
He's Trying to go a little bit upper body.
Stalling Salverson.
Yeah. I think the call was he backed off, and that's
and didn't attempt to circle back into it.
Yeah, supposed to be an auto call, but all things considered, he had fired off some shots and.
Yeah, not so much a question of the call on that one as a surprise that he was stalling at this point.
Getting a little.
Salverson's going to get the 2 takedown.
No backs, I don't believe. That was just, hey, I'm gonna throw the lateral out there.
A Loudon Swain favorite.
You know, Salverson's a guy you're not going to want to get into a chippy match with. He's a warrior. He's not a guy that's going to back down. He's pretty dang tough.
Good follow there from Salverson. This duel, again, did start at 285. There's a series of JV matches still going on the other mat, so if you're hearing whistles and not sure what that is, that's...
Or cheering.
Or cheering. Sometimes you hear a random yell and you're not sure what it's for. Well, it could be the other mat.
.16 seconds left with a 2-0 lead, Salverson. Leland really, up until this point, doing a great job hanging in there with no back points, but he'll get 2 right at the as the period comes to a close.
That'll give us a 4-0 lead right now. If you are hanging out watching us, we appreciate you tuning in and supporting Blue Jay Athletics, or in this case, you might be supporting the Toreadors or the Bombers, but your support of high school athletics is appreciated as these young student athletes continue to put in work to improve not just in their sport, but overall developing as fine human beings.
We've seen some good sportsmanship tonight, and that's always good to see.
Second period here early on. Salverson with a 4-0 lead over Leland. Leland trying to work control. Salverson looking for some hand control.
Little Granby out to a leg.
Leland doing a good job pushing away, getting his hips back, preventing Salverson from coming in on this. Still Leland's control at this point, and we're going to get a stalemate. Salverson, I believe, is still going to be down, and he is.
Jaden is doing a great job of staying in this match, wrestling the number 4 wrestler in the state, and he's showing some moxie here. This is a warning. Yep.
So he hasn't returned him to the mat or really attempted to from the neutral position. So that is by definition a stall.
Yep. You got about 5 seconds, but it's a judgment call. And if you're making an attempt, I think you're going to be left alone. But if you're just staying behind the athlete and not trying to get out to the side for a finish, boy, he's doing a good job of riding him. I'd like to see the 4 guys that Jaden Leland lost to earlier this year, because he's
putting on a good match so far.
Yeah, he's He's attempting a turn here.
Now you're going to get stalling on Solverson again. That one's going to result in a point because that is his second one.
You know, when you have a hand tied up, it's pretty hard to get off your stomach.
All right, now hips up, and you got a nice return there again.
Yeah,
that's a great ride from Leland.
Yeah, no, I think the Boone coaches may want to see a little more energy out of Ty. Yeah.
So it's 4-1.
Third period, and it is going to be, I think, Ballard's choice.
So let's see. We got a Will Atkinson from Woodward Granger, beat him 9-3. Luke Engebretson from North Polk with a tech fall.
He's pretty solid wrestler.
Jackson Jaspers with a pin. I believe Jaspers is a top 5 ranked kid as well. Alex Pfeiffer with a 2-1 victory.
Okay.
So, yeah, some decent opponents already on the season for him. Again, I believe just a sophomore, so a lot of opportunities for him on the season. Solverson has that cross wrist tied up.
Right. See him roll that through. Boy, he's really got a strong base out there.
His task for Solverson is going to be making sure that he doesn't stall from this position because, man, those points can add up in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm maybe this is a matchup, one of those matchup matches where he's just very good defensively and Solverson's having trouble to break through that a little bit. He's enough on the mat where those would count if he could turn them.
He's worked a few tilt attempts. They're going to get the stalemate. One thing to watch on Solverson, he is riding fairly parallel. Not always called, but a lot of times called if you don't work out to the side.
Yeah, just doesn't look like he's wrestling with the same intensity we saw earlier tonight.
He did catch that cross wrist again. And that time he's able to roll through on the tilt. Holding 2 near fall. Again, it won't be awarded unless he lets go. You got to let go of more than the non. You still got the cross wrist. There's the 2-point award.
He finally put the other hand up. You got me.
I mean, listen, if the ref will give it to you by letting go of the non-dominant hand in that situation, you take it. But
worth a shot, right?
Good defense from Leland in this position.
Working for another little exposure here.
Trying to suck him back. 6-1 lead right here. If he could get a turn, a 3-point near fall, he could potentially move into a bonus territory. You're getting close on that one as Leland's continuing to put up a decent fight here. Don't reach back and grab that head, though. That usually doesn't work when he's got the double unders.
You know, nobody likes the term moral victory, but really a
solid match. Yeah. So Solverson's going to take the 6-1 victory, a regular decision, which will make the current score, the Bombers 22, Toreadors 19. The thing that is very true is as we move towards the later part of this duel, it's definitely advantage Bombers at the heavier weights. So Toreadors will need to catch a pretty good lead here.
I'm trying to think of the last time Ballard had 2 number 1 guys in their lineup, and it could have been. I'm going to bring out let me think if I can.
Currently, while you're thinking about that, 150 pounds for the Toreadors, Brody Warwick, and for the Bombers, Tucker Vitztham. Tucker's ranked number 5 at 144 pounds, currently wrestling at 150.
I think I just came up with it. The Weathermen
The
boys.
Weathermans. I wondered if you were going that far back.
Yep.
Iowa State, right?
Yep, they were from Slater. They had an uncle and a dad that were super active in coaching, and one was a NCAA runner-up for the Panthers. That's why I remembered the Weathermans. I'm not the Iowa State lore, but they certainly were good there as well.
Well, it's a different generation of Weathermen,
yes.
right?
Another name you don't want to see on your draw card is Weatherman.
Now, I haven't seen any of those listed on the Bombers in a few years.
No.
So.
Probably another 10 years we might start to see some more Weathermans show up there.
I'm okay if they didn't move back to the Raccoon River. But unless they're moving to Bondurant.
We have great houses. I think
going up every day.
The blue and white looks a little better, I think. No. There's a quick takedown.
Tucker with a 2-0 lead. 50 seconds remaining in the first period.
Well, what weight was Tucker at last year?
Ooh, I think he was state qualifier at 132.
Okay.
So bumped up a little bit. I don't know if he was potentially 144 pounds and that's where the rankings came in at, or if they just made an educated guess that he'd go up 2 weight classes. And
well, to your point, there's a lot to shake out the first couple weeks of the season, who's where and what's going on, and we're seeing a little of that tonight, depending on what weight they're at.
2 takedown for Tucker again, so 4-1. The other thing that does happen somewhat is they released the district assignments about a week ago. You're going to see some people start shifting maybe around weights based off of who's in their district.
Well, and with that extra weight in the middle, there's a little less distance from weight to weight. And, there truly are some guys that are in between and just trying to figure out where the best place for them and their team.
And as we move after Christmas, they start adding, weight allowances and things like that, so that can really shift some things up. But for now, we'll wrestle with what we know and not what we might know. So 4-1 lead for the Bomber. Nice quick switch, but good defense there by Warwick. I'm always impressed that when somebody sits out that quick with the switch, because I just couldn't.
Like a lot of these athletes, the good ones make it look easy and effortless, when it certainly is not.
Warwick putting together a solid ride here to start. Getting that leg a little bit maybe too close to. All right, they're going to call that potentially dangerous. Was that the knee getting pulled out by that leg? Is that what you think that was?
Yeah, and I think the tough thing is knee flexibility varies greatly. That could be a major injury for an old guy.
Yeah.
For a younger kid, a flexible kid, it could be just another day at the office. Boy, he is doing a nice job on top. He is not
just getting control of some wrists, and like there's been a couple times where he puts himself in a situation where I'm like, Vitsum really has an advantage in this spot, and then he ends up being able to maintain control from there. And again, Warwick, just a freshman, putting on a really nice ride.
Nolan Fellers ended up turning him quite a bit. Look at this. He's
hips up. Who's coming up? Oh, nice quick recovery there by Vitsum.
But another good young wrestler for Boone that's going to be a problem in the next couple of years. He's really showing that he's got some things, and no easy out for sure.
Yeah, a lot of these, freshmen, sophomores for them, they'll get some nice backfill from the youth program. I know there's a Thomas boy or two that'll probably meet up with some of these kids in high school that, have been going down to Tulsa, just putting in a lot of work. And so it's nice to see a fellow conference opponent improve, just not so much that we can't beat them. Keep it in perspective.
There's no shortage of competition when you think about North Polk is making a lot of strides in wrestling.
Maybe not as much as they have in baseball. Gee
right,
whiz.
right.
But
Carroll certainly always has tough kids.
Carroll looks like they could be something to mess with this year. They've got a solid wrestling lineup, it looked like. I recognized a lot of names in that one, and they might be a team to watch.
What's interesting is Gilbert picks up some interesting relocations from way out of state. Just being that close to the university, they've picked up some great kids.
The bigger one this year ended up at Ames.
Yes.
Which is not great for us because Ames is actually in our district. There's a heavyweight moved from California that's a two-time state champ, committed to play football and wrestle at Iowa State. That's at Ames High.
But yet another reason for having 3 go from a district. You get some depth in those 3A brackets, and it's like, hey.
If you have 3 of the top 5 in one district, it's like you don't really want that person to get left home.
No.
I mean, all 5 of those guys are probably telling you, well, I'm here to win. I'm not here just to get on the podium. But I don't want any of the top 5 left home.
Well, Matthew McRae, that was a prime example. He won that bracket. And I think it was Carlisle.
Ryder from Carlisle.
And I can't remember the other. But just loaded.
Yeah. .51 seconds remaining here in the third period. Vitsum with a 6-3 lead. This is where it gets a little bit decision-making time for Warwick. Do you think you're going to turn him? Do you let him up and try to take him down? You let him up, you're going to be down 4, so that isn't a great situation either because you need multiple takedowns. It might make more sense to turn him, or try to turn him, I should say.
I don't disagree with that because we know he's good on his feet, right?
Yeah.
So you let him up, there's no guarantee. I think he's a long kid. Going for a turn isn't a terrible idea.
So far, Vitsum's been able to keep a pretty solid base. 3 seconds, and we're going to end up with the final. Tucker Vitsum's going to end up with a 6-3 victory over Brody Warwick at 150 pounds. Gives the Bombers a 25-19 lead currently. At 157, Boone was open previously. We'll see if they still are.
Down the mat, 157 pounds from Ballard, Daniel Hyman.
So
Boone is open.
Daniel Hyman will receive a forfeit at 157 pounds, moving us to 165 pounds.
Now on the mat, 165
Joseph Postotnik coming back out for the Toreadors.
For Ballard, Jackson Schaefer.
And Jackson Schaefer for the Bombers, 3-3 on the season. Postotnik we've already seen once tonight.
Who's pretty dang tough.
Yeah. So this is 165 pounds. Ooh. That's going to be a quick 2-point takedown for Postotnik. Schaefer trying to hit that switch, but good job keeping the grip from Postotnik. Just good wrist control so far on this ride from Joseph.
It just also emphasizes the importance of hand control. You're not going to get away if you don't have hand control. Very tough to get escape without it.
It looks impressive when you start to get away, but then you don't actually have anything.
Yep, it's like your neighbor's dog on a leash. He's excited to see you, and then he remembers he's on a short rope, and down he goes. We got a technical violation for grabbing the singlet, something you don't see very often, 1 point red. And it's a tough point to give up in a tight match.
Yep, Pistotnik's looking over at his coach like, I don't know what I did, coach.
Yeah, I think wouldn't be the first one that played it off innocent. I had no idea.
Right.
He's got a little tilt. Pistotnik's in a little trouble. Nope.
Potentially trouble. Now, oh, nice scramble.
Got a little high. I always like an ankle as an anchor, right? Whether you're hooked or. He's got a tight. Nope.
Gonna try and. Oh, that's. Oh, power half over. It can hold him to near fall.
Yeah,
there you go. Okay. So that's a 4-1 lead for Pistotnik.
Only the uniform grab against him. Another Granby he's trying here. He's got a full Nelson. Nope, he doesn't. That was on the JV mat. Sorry, people.
But he had one really deep half Nelson.
Yeah, he did.
All right, so Schaefer is going to defer. Pistotnik is going to choose bottom. Coach emphatic on that one. I would say 70% of choices are probably bottom.
Yeah, unless you have an outlier. There, we got locked hands to start it.
Which definitely makes the choosing bottom a benefit.
Evens up the uniform grab.
So Pistotnik with a 5-1 lead at the moment. Quick up to his feet. Maybe turned in a little bit too fast. Schaefer's able to make a nice mat return. Pistotnik right back up, though. I love the reaction time from him. Not wasting any of it. And one escape for Pistotnik. Then they go out of bounds.
They nearly ended up in the front row of the bleachers.
Yeah, and unfortunately, nobody was there to catch him.
No. Nice carry.
Beautiful. That's a 2-point takedown there.
When somebody's pushing in a lot, that's something that's very effective. A lot of times we'll see kids get pushed around and they have no answer for it, but a carry or an outside move like that is really something that's a lot easier because of the other wrestler pushing in so hard.
Schaefer, 157-pounder, or 152-pounder last year, met up with Jack Lewis against Bondurant.
Okay. Jack just decided to start a holiday break a little early.
I mean, I can't say I blame him. I don't know that that's anything what's going on, but I understand if he did.
No. Well, I think it's a long season, and you got to make sure you're being smart, long-term, big picture.
Yeah.
I joke a little bit, but no. I mean, when you've got as many ranked wrestlers as they do, the only nemesis is injuries, and you want to avoid that.
Apparently my computer does not keep the same battery life it used to.
You're what we call a high user.
I'm a multitasker. That is definitely true.
He's got another armbar and wrist. 20 seconds left.
Second period still, yeah.
He's going to give it a go. Boy, he's, most, he's, he may not be turning him, but boy, is he punishing him underneath there. I don't think your arm is supposed to go that way.
I mean, I know mine doesn't.
No, mine's not even close to that.
Now the fourth man from Ballard, Sam Hill. From Bonnaroo and Farrar, Tyler Benoit.
And if you're just tuning in because the Iowa State game is not fun to watch, welcome.
Yeah, we're not far away from the Bluejay duel with the Bombers as we finish up Ballard versus.
We're currently at 165 pounds here, 175, 190, 215 remaining in this duel. Probably a few forfeits in there. Hopefully we won't have a long break between the Bombers and Bluejays.
Good action there with Postotnik, and he's going right after that half again. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it potentially dangerous again. No.
He might have got enough sucked in to.
He wants to pull him across his hip.
Ow.
Yeah, he's the defensive wrestler is so opposed to him, he's just got to pull him across his hip to reorient him to allow him to go over. Eight to 1, point away from a major decision for Boone. Is he going to try to turn him, or is he going to?
See, at this point, you would think almost cut him, right? I mean, that was definitely a full Nelson.
Yep.
Even for a brief second, if you have both hands back there, it's going to be.
Coach says, let's go neutral and see if we can liven things up a little bit. It's getting a little. Yeah, he's in a lot of pain or he has some flexible arms. Those were some tight halves.
So right now it's 8-3.
Nice
double leg. If he can keep that, he can try to turn him, and there he's going to try to go for it.
He's got to punch that out and
almost
got to get that
would have
wrist.
Had better luck going to the hip, maybe
pulling it across his hip right now because he's so.
Instead, he's going to let him up.
Yeah.
So, and Schaefer dives in on a leg.
That's back points right there. One. Nope.
But that's a 2 takedown. There should have been an escape and a 2 takedown, right?
Yes. One would think.
I
don't know.
Unless he didn't award the escape because Schaefer dove in too fast. That must be what it is. So 10-3 is going to be the final. Technically, a great move there by Schaefer, avoiding giving up an extra point.
Because that would have been a major 12-4.
Yep.
So 31-22 is our score right here.
Now up on the mat, 175 pounds, the varsity man. From Ballard, Rhett Hedrick. And from Boone, Brendan Hedrick.
So Brendan Hedrick versus Rhett Hedrick. As interesting as that is, I have no idea if there's a relation at all. So Rhett Hedrick, the bomber, is a junior, ranked number 8. Brendan Hedrick, a sophomore for the Toreadors. If they're related, Rhett doesn't like Brendan, as that was a very quick pin.
I'm going to go with possible cousins.
Some facial similarities from 70 feet away.
Sure.
But Rhett Hedrick's going to come away with the fall, giving a 37-22 lead.
Things are going to get a little tougher here for Boone.
Yeah, Austin Deganeff is up for the Toreadors again, and Brody Sampson, number 1 ranked undefeated senior for the Bombers.
They shook after the whistle. I like that.
All right, if I just keep shaking your hand.
Maybe, yeah.
Brody had a real solid year last year, finishing second place at 182 pounds after making the move from Baxter over to Ballard.
I think he was CM.
Was it Collins Maxwell?
I think so.
That could be.
Yeah. You know, as tough as their upper weights look this year, imagine having another highly ranked guy in that mix, right?
Yeah.
They go from having
well, they had the other Christensen, and then I feel like they had a heavyweight that was I'm drawing a blank on what his name was, but he was a good heavyweight, I think.
Yeah, it was not the basketball, football person from 2 years ago,
No,
I don't believe.
Kroll?
Yeah, that was a large person.
Yeah. Sampson with a 4-1 lead right now.
You know, Ballard, too, had a nice football season. They got some dual sport athletes here as well.
Yeah, Sampson, I believe, is their leading tackler, leading sacks, pretty solid linebacker.
Yep, Henry also on that defensive side and
Yep.
pretty dang productive.
We just had the Bombers in town on Tuesday night for basketball. Saw a lot of multi-sport kids there too. You know, the football, baseball combinations as well. Just nice seeing kids get out there and be a part of activities. You know, obviously most of them probably have a sport that's their favorite, but get out there and be a part of the team, part of the community. It's always nice to see.
You know, I think you're in school for the academics. However, I think we'd be foolish to say that's the experience that the fine arts athletics play in a person's life can't be understated. It's an integral part, and I think that's why we've had such strong systems in the United States and Iowa. Is we have kids that are super involved, and you know, sometimes it takes a sport or an activity to give you that confidence that you need to apply yourself elsewhere.
A lot of life lessons to learn from sports.
Oh, absolutely.
Or extracurriculars in general, I probably should say.
Yeah, no. You know, whether it's competing for a chair in the all-state world in band or vocal music. Not everything's fair. You can pour your heart into it, and not everything works out your way. But you can achieve a lot with effort.
Well, a lot, you know, whether it be wrestling or tuba, whatever it is. I mean, you put in the time, and you is that a pin?
Yeah.
That's a pin for Brody Sampson. But yeah, you can see yourself improve and see the rewards of your labor, and just great to see people put in that type of time.
Henry.
Christensen's going to get a win by forfeit at 2:15 for Henry Christensen. So that'll bring us to a final of, is it 55? I thought it was 49-22.
I'd go with the CPA, but that's me.
Well, but either way, that's the end of that duel. Ballard comes away victorious over Boone. That'll finish up Boone's night, and the Bombers and Bluejays will step up to the mat here pretty soon. We'll step aside while we wait for the start of that, and we'll be back for the final duel of the night.
The Bondurant-Farrar Athletic Booster Club was established over 20 years ago to support all sanctioned junior high and high school athletic programs. The club is comprised of athletic supporters, parents, and community members who strongly believe that quality athletic programs and experiences enrich the education experience for the hundreds of student athletes participating in a district sport each year. Each year, the Booster Club raises thousands of dollars that are reinvested into athletic programs. Dollars raised go to the purchase of items such as uniforms, equipment, unbudgeted team travel, team banquets, and state qualifier signs, and more.
Athletic boosters fund our uniforms for our 7 through 12 athletics. Annually, that is usually between $25,000 and $50,000. Without them, it would not be possible to keep our kids in new uniforms and get them the equipment that they need.
The Booster Club is really vital to the health of our programs here at Bondurant-Farrar. They do a great job of providing a way for programs to get money for equipment, for example, for track, help out with hurdles, blocks, new high jump mat, etc. Without the Booster Club, it'd be really hard for programs to function without having to really do a lot of fundraising on their own.
The Booster Club raises money through the sales of concessions, Bluejay apparel, merchandise, special fundraising events, and sponsorships and donations. As the bondurant for our community continues to grow, so does our athletic programs and the need for our support. The Booster Club is a great way to get involved and meet other parents and community members. Come join this fun and energized group. Bring your fresh ideas and love for Blue Jay student athletes and programs. Visit bfschools.org/Booster Club to learn more. Go Jays!
Hello Blue Jays, I'm Garrett Monson.
And I'm Maddie Ray.
Welcome back to the ring.
On this episode,
Welcome back, fans, to the final duel of the night, starting at 106 pounds for the Blue Jays, Kobe Pfizer, and for the Bombers, Easton Enyart. This duel is going to start at 106 and roll right through the weight classes, so a little more classic style than what you're used to.
Yep, we actually started at what weight? We started at
215.
215, and so in a triple, the natural progression is to move up a weight, and we get back to 106.
Both of these wrestlers did win their first match of the night. Enyart coming in number 4, ranked at 2A. Kobe with a few nice wins already this year, so looking to continue to build on that. Easton is just a freshman, but two-time podium for AAU Kids State, first place last year. I believe it was 85 pounds. So potentially a little undersized on the 106-pound weight class, but there's nothing lighter than that, so you are what you are. And he also could have put on 20 pounds. I don't actually have the bout weigh-ins.
No, both very good competitors, two super high-quality freshmen that have already made an impact this year.
Bombers come in ranked number 4 in 2A. The Blue Jays come in number 8, ranked in 3A. 3A being the biggest class in wrestling. Those rankings brought to you by IA Wrestle. About the only one still doing consistent rankings. There's a few that kind of dabble in it, but used to be that there was the Predicament put out her rankings all the time, and the Predicament kind of went away.
Yeah, tragically, their leader passed away a couple years ago. Super nice guy, super dedicated. Would be taking pictures at about every event you could think of. So that is, and then I Russell certainly has invested, and
they put a lot of time in. Kobe does choose the bottom position to start the second period, and we're back to the never-ending cautions. I
would just, based on our earlier conversation, I would hate for that to be part of a deciding factor. Yeah. As we get started, I was going to share a little bit, just mention we got a lot of good things going on, and many people have been here for a long time. I was going to mention Patty Davis was recently named the 2023 Distinguished Service Award winner by the Iowa Cheerleading Coaches Association. For over 32 years, Patty's been an institution supporting our kids and programs, and so neat to see her recognized for that effort.
A frequent appearer at wrestling meets throughout the years, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Enyart in on a leg. Pfizer trying to get his legs back. Pfizer does have a 1-0 lead on the escape.
Boy, he's got an ankle. If he can keep that ankle, we might see a stalemate here.
I think you're going to end up stalemated here. Great job fighting this off by Pfizer, because it was a really good low-level attack by Easton.
Trying to remember I have a headset on, and so not to be a fan and yelling and cheering, but
hey, the pros do that too, and you don't get paid near as much to call these things as
That's right.
as they do.
Looking to double my fee. He's got a little Russian tie, a little 2-on-1, which is a really good mechanism to slow somebody down when you've got a wrestler like Easton, who's super quick, super fast, very talented.
Both of these wrestlers spend a lot of time at Moen Wrestling Academy, so I don't know if they end up drilling very often, but definitely have probably seen each other in the room more than a time or two.
Well, and I don't know what Kobe was at last year. I don't know if they've hit each other before in a tournament situation.
Sure.
Kobe is the largest freshman Pfizer we've had statistically, right?
Although still a 106-pounder like the other two.
Right, but he's a full 106-pounder, whereas I think
the other two might have been a 96-pounder or 98-pounder, depending on what year you were.
Oh, for sure. Chase.
Enyart's going to choose down to start the third period here. Go behind, need a good escape there by Easton. The Des Moines Register does not do rankings anymore. I was asked that by my brother tuning in from Colorado.
Well, the news industry's changed, and suddenly everybody's a reporter, and it doesn't take much to start your own little organization.
Yep. And I think you mentioned, I Wrestle definitely is invested. They put a lot of time into their rankings and they show up to a lot of events, do a lot of coverage. There's always going to be somebody that says, "Ooh, nice recovery there by Pfizer to avoid that takedown." There's always going to be somebody that says, "Oh, they're too heavily, catered to Central Iowa." It was always the complaint about the Register too, but also historically, there's a lot of really good wrestlers in Central Iowa.
Boy, these are two very high-level athletes, and knotted here at 1-1. Boy, there's been some great exchanges of near takedowns for both of them, and
a minute left here in the third period. See if somebody can fire off a takedown before we run out of time. Not that I'm opposed to seeing some overtime. Sucks it in and keep driving. Come on, bud. Come up with it, Kobe. I think we might be stalemated here.
This might come down to a little bit of luck and conditioning. He's a little stretched out right now. I would stalemate it here. We haven't moved.
I would have as well. He's gonna just let it keep going.
A lot of officials would stalemate that. See, what I don't like about that is there's 15 seconds left. It kind of determines the match, and a good effort.
Well, and we spent 40 seconds in the same position instead of letting them wrestle. You can see Coach Wonderland disappointed that they didn't call the stalemate at any point there.
Yeah.
Really nice match from both wrestlers. I think you'll see an opportunity to have those two wrestle again. But the Bombers do come away victorious 3-1 at 106 pounds. Now at 113 pounds, Grayson Hedrick for the Bombers, Ryder Harris for the Bluejays. Neither one of these wrestlers have wrestled yet tonight, as Boone was open at 113. Oh, nice double leg. Good job getting your hips back by Harris. Harris maybe started wrestling a little bit later, but another one of those Spruce Circle wrestlers.
Boy, a really good
double leg by Hedrick.
Yeah, really good reshot. Ryder made a little motion, and as soon as he came up a little, the reshot was there, and that's the
third Hedrick wrestler of the night. One for Boone and two for the Bombers.
Boy, he's got him in an early cradle here. That's could be a problem.
Hedrick still with the 2-0 lead in the first here. As we look towards this, the Blue Jays really need to try to get some points on the board as a team score here early on, as I would say the Bombers are really, their strength lies in the heavier weights, nothing against any of their other wrestlers, but when you have a couple number 1 ranked kids and a number 8 ranked kid all coming up near the end of the duel, Blue Jays need to put some points on the board before that.
Well, this will probably come down to bonus points, and so it'll be interesting to see what happens at 120. That's a pivotal opportunity for us to score some points. Oh
boy.
Boy, I tell you what, that's playing with fire for both athletes there. That's a pin either way would be pretty darn challenging for in a tight duel, highly anticipated duel.
So when we have 3 officials like this, with 2 officials, we had 2 different mats going. Now we have an extra official He's just kind of hanging out.
So he should, yeah.
So do you think since he's not supporting this official that he's taking the second half of the matches maybe?
Well, possibly, but I think the other thing is, unlike other sports, wrestling, you're paying the bill. You can dictate who's JV, who's varsity, who's doing what. It should be fairly even, right? You don't want to unfairly burden one person, but
it's a nice takedown there by Hedrick again.
Yep. Yeah, he's very, very good.
Looking like a really solid freshman,
right.
Grayson is.
Really does a nice job coming up. Got potentially dangerous. He's not going to award a point.
There's 2 takedowns, right? It's 4-0?
Correct.
Okay, our scoreboard's still showing 2.
Should be 4-1. But that currently favors the Blue Jays. Yeah, looks like he's
trying to get that wing in.
I think Ryder's going to get an opportunity. The way, oh boy, watch his elbow there.
Yeah, that's
the way they're rolling around. I think Ryder's going to get another opportunity. It's just if he can take advantage of it. He almost caught him in that cradle counter, and but he's going to get another chance here. It's just if you can get. If you can take advantage of that little window of opportunity. The other thing I want to mention as we're working our way through the meet, no back points there. One, to thank our Blue Jay Digital crew. We have a program of student-run events and that really make this possible and do such a great job. We want to give them a thumbs up, and sometimes Mr. Seidel helps them, sometimes he hurts them, but we got a lot of great kids that make it happen, so it's really neat to see this available to grandparents and family members out of the area.
We had Lily Harper on the camera earlier. And Braden Ruley was on some work over here. And now we have the man Garrett on camera. I'm not sure why he was so late getting here, but he did finally make an appearance.
Yeah, it's disappointing. You expect a little more leadership, and he might have the most hours in history behind a camera, though, to be fair.
2-point reversal here for Hedrick with 6-point lead.
Up. Yeah, that's where he's trying to be a little dangerous and catch him. I think dangerous for him to do that, but that's one way he might catch him. It's a deep half.
As you hear Coach yelling, "Get your head up."
That applies to both wrestlers. The defensive wrestler, him having his head down sometimes is an advantage to rolling around. For the offensive wrestler, when his head's hanging low, that's when he can get caught and get into a lot of trouble, being too aggressive.
Now it's important for Ryder to find a way to not get turned here, save a point.
If we can, that would be helpful.
It's like Hedrick's trying to run a little bit of a butcher here. Has it, and that was a way quicker count.
Yeah,
he anticipated the turn before the turn happened.
Yep. Now the points are there, but like the fans, sometimes the officials get excited,
and that's going to end up a fall for Hedrick. Big points there for the Bombers.
Are they going to forfeit to Reed?
So it looks like we're going to rotate officials here. I do believe, and Foster is going to receive a forfeit at 120. So moving on to 126 pounds. I believe we're going to have Aiden Wilson for the Bombers versus Matthew McCray for the Blue Jays.
Well, what we saw in our earlier match with McCray is a guy who's not afraid to pull the trigger, right? I mean,
so what they just said is this is actually Kyle Reiner, a freshman for the Bombers. I don't know if they think that length is maybe a matchup adjustment for him.
No, I think over the years what I've seen Ballard do is they strategically this might not be the best outing for their wrestler. They're gonna hold back and concede the 6 points to McCray, I think.
And McCray's definitely going to be looking for the 6-pointer here, and that's a fall if they give it to him.
You know, it's really tough for the official to see
angle,
that, but
right.
there it is.
Physically, that should be impossible not to be pinned, and if you're the guy on bottom, you're asking for him to call it there.
Yeah.
And McCray's going to get the fall at 34 seconds. In that you want that to end. It's painful, and you're stuck, and there's nothing you can do. Moving on to 132 pounds for the Blue Jays, coming out first, Connor Pfizer, and the Bombers are going to forfeit to him. I don't like it.
No.
Wrestle the matches. We came to wrestle matches.
But this is a strategy they've used in the past, and again, I think people are here to see matches.
Now from the mat, 138 pounds from Ballard, Jacob Harrison.
So they bumped the 132-pounder up to 138 to wrestle Landon Corey. So Jacob Harrison at 138 pounds.
This is where Landon can make a statement and make all the
I think this is a good matchup for Landon. They got a very similar build. I think the similar maybe wrestling style. Landon gives up the first takedown. I'm not overly concerned about that. That's kind of his. He gives up some points and he goes back and gets them.
We saw that in his first match.
It's not going to be a shutout for him because he kind of throws it out there, and so sometimes he's going to give up some points, and you're like, oh, man, and then he's going to battle back.
Yeah, he actually had a major after giving up the first time in the last match, so we can hope for a major.
Team score right now, Blue Jays 18, Bombers 9. Nice ride so far from Harrison, looking to get that leg in.
There you go.
Good
there
job
you go.
turning
There,
in.
oh,
Catches
boy.
ahead.
Oh, boy. Keep swimming, Landon.
Still needs to work his way out the back, but he's definitely in a position where he can score from here.
About 45 seconds left.
As long as we don't get some weird stalemate,
got his
which
headgear.
we probably won't.
We got to see if he. There you go. There you go, Landon. There you go.
And they're going to give the stalemate. Unfortunately, the stalemate has not been helpful to us either direction right now.
No, and
I don't think that's necessarily the wrong call.
No, what I will say is pretty unlikely to be able to hang on that long. Credit to Ballard.
Harrison, yeah.
I mean, geez, he was pretty stretched out.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was coming out of that.
Yeah. Again, as we talked before, I don't count Landon Corey out. He's able to turn things around quickly.
End of the first period. Harrison's going to have a 2-0 lead. Harrison going to defer. Corey's going to go neutral at the recommendation of coach. See Landon looking for some offense now. Oh, nice throw.
Nope.
Nothing yet.
Nope.
Now it is.
Yep, that's a tough situation to be in.
Good fight, though, off the back.
And he's got
a position. He can whip over, and that's A reversal, 3-point near fall, 2-point reversal. Almost looked like Landon had a potential to put him right on his back. He's going to look for some power half action here. Would have been real easy to accept that pin and just go, but not today.
You know, real credit to Landon. He had both legs in that situation is brutal.
Cradle locked off to the side like you asked for.
He's really driving. He's got to drive those feet.
I think he lost it.
Yeah. You really got to drive those feet to get that out over. But this, as we're saying, this match is not over. We're in good position. He's working hard.
He's already finished one match strong. Let's see it happen again.
Yeah. Be interested to see what Ballard does in the third. If they go neutral, I'm sure it depends on.
I mean, you could make an argument that you'd want top even, but
yeah. Here we go. He's got it tight. He's got to use his legs. Yep. Oh no. Nothing.
Get up.
Yeah, if he's able to headhunt, that's a stalemate. I'm okay with that. Well, we got one stalemate in our favor tonight. We got a little blood.
It appears that way.
We saw a blue fat flash across the gym.
Coach going to go check on him / maybe give him a little tip about what he wants done slightly differently. Harrison fighting hands down below.
Yep, he's doing a good job with the hands, no doubt.
Yeah. 2 seconds, 1 second left, and we're going to go to the third period.
You know, I'm not
neutral.
There's a lot of that's a reasonable call.
Yeah. So 7-2 lead for the Bomber Harrison.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the shifts that were made and the forfeits, but
and to be fair, I'm not a fan of the forfeits. One, because I want to see wrestling, and two, because I like watching Reed and Connor wrestle.
Yeah, well,
you know,
it's a momentum thing at home too.
Yeah.
You take two of your best kids and
you don't let them perform.
Yeah. Corey's in a step over situation. I don't know. He's going to keep moving. That's not two yet. That's not two yet. Still, I'm not sure. I think let's look now. I think
now it looks like two. Yep. So that's 9-2 right now. Landon needs to avoid back points. That's
Yep. He's swiping.
And
so I think the thing that I was going to mention about the shifts before is, I'll let you know in about an hour if these shifts were a good idea for Ballard, because they took a lot of momentum and excitement away from the Bluejays by taking two of their big stars out of the lineup, and so he gets off his back. 40 seconds left.
So 10-point lead right now, sits in a major decision territory. Landon needs to find a way, not just for a reversal.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if he gets out here and takes another. He's going to go after something big. I know.
Either way, credit for fighting off his back twice and what both looked like they could have been pins.
Yeah. Saving points is where it's at. 4 is better than 6, right?
So Harrison's going to come away with a 12-2 victory. Going to make the team score 18-13. Move to 144 pounds. Jaden Leland is going to come out for the Bombers. And for the Blue Jays, Blake Briley.
Okay, this should be a nice opportunity for Blake. We saw Leland earlier look really good against Solverson. So we'll see if it's just defensive or what can he do.
And I mentioned Briley qualified Greco-Roman was the style, so you might see some more upper body action from him than maybe some of the other guys we've had. But
I anticipate in a meet of many moves, I'm going to predict that they will not put
Vitsum against Fellers,
no.
which is the match I really wanted to see out of this one.
I think they're not going to.
Yeah.
I mean, based on what we've seen, whoa.
Because if Jack was wrestling, I think you might have him.
You can't hide.
Yeah,
but
I think you probably go against the less experienced wrestler at 57.
Roll the dice.
But we'll see what happens.
Yep.
But it's definitely the case that we'd all like to see
Good
Nolan get a
shot.
wrestle too there as Briley gets the 2-point takedown.
What's interesting is matchups, right? He's a very good defensive wrestler we saw versus Boone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, boy, Blake just blasted through his defense. Very, very good for him. That's very impressive. Whoa, he's a little quick, very quick, nice transition.
We found the wrestler that has figured out the timing of this official start whistle.
He's made some nice adjustments on top for mat returns, got out to the side, made a nice lift.
Yep.
Boy, is he quick off the bottom, though. Let's see if he can. There you go. Good jam. That back pressure, he's driving him forward, that kept him down because he popped out the first time like lightning.
Keeping wrist control here, going to try and work this back in, break him back down. We haven't had a chance to see a whole lot of Blake's turns yet, so we'll see what type of move he's looking for. But right now he's trying to hold him down for 4 more seconds and make sure he doesn't give up a last-second point.
Love to see
good finish there.
Yeah. I like him deferring here.
I thought you were going to say you like free popcorn because I just heard that come over the.
I don't think I can get down there fast enough, Patrick. Otherwise, I might shove a few people out of the way and try to wedge my way in there. But you got to watch your sodium as an older person, Patrick.
Yeah, I'll remember that.
Again, a nice adjustment. That's a very difficult thing to do on somebody who gets up so fast. He gets out to the side, does a lift. I'd love to see him catch his ankle off the whistle. There we go.
Blake might have got away with an early start there on the foot behind, but
well, we've had an inconsistent whistle.
Yeah.
He's got a half in. Let's see if he gets out to the side and lifts again. Oh. Ooh. Is he okay?
Scary cutback, but a cutback.
Yeah. What? You
So he called a full Nelson.
Oh, they called a full Nelson.
I think he called a full Nelson.
I thought it was the cutback.
Yeah. Well, if it was the cutback, it was way late on that.
Well,
call.
that's what I was going to scream, but I had the headset on, trying to use my manners.
And we're back to the cautions.
Good gravy. Good golly.
I don't know what the record for cautions in a night is, but we've got to be getting close.
You know what? I would like to call. This is one for the predicament and IA wrestle to look in the archives. We're approaching 32 false starts.
Looking for the suck back or something.
Boy, he's doing a nice job, though, keeping him.
Yeah, pressure on.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
What do you got from the front headlock position?
Yeah, I don't like that. Get behind. Hey.
Head in the hole, maybe?
I'm okay going out of bounds with no escape.
Yep.
Okay, we're even. We got a minute left.
Ooh.
Oh, boy, this. Boy, is he explosive.
Nope, that is the right call.
Wow.
There was only 1 point inbound. That is the right call.
Leland is explosive, though. I don't think he was expecting this kind of match. We're going to see what kind of gas tank both guys have. These guys are going at it. Their conditioning has been impressive. Now Leland's being a little more intentional, setting something up. He's moving them.
Went for a neck wrench and missed.
Yeah, that's a little bit of inexperience there, right?
You probably should stop this because of the headgear.
Yeah, it's only in the second period. No need to panic. He's doing a great job. We almost saw a little roll there. What's your call here for third? You going to go neutral? You going to go down?
I'd still probably take down.
Yeah. He's going to have to really.
We're going to go neutral.
All right. No. I think he was right on time.
The other kid doesn't even have his headgear yet. I don't know. I think that's the dilemma, is they never should have started it because he wasn't ready to wrestle.
So do I hear no caution?
I don't think it's a caution.
All right.
I think he blew the whistle early.
All right.
That's the lesson, don't step on the line unless you're ready to wrestle.
No. A little more hand control. We're both guys are not being real cautious, leaving themselves open a little bit.
Probably a good point on that last takedown. If it was Greco, it'd bet a slip, right? So no points.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
no. Here we got to be intentional and get a setup and not just dive in. You're going to have to move them. There's a little bit. His head position is
not great on that one.
Yeah, you can't shoot through an arm. And we don't want to go for a big throw yet. It's very early. Good double.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm not sure if I'd have went to that. But
yeah. No. Neither,
as far as the stall.
Absolutely. Neither one of these guys. I mean, we just talked about they're both the Energizer Bunny. This guy's running all over.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
What do we got here? Somebody's going big.
Oh,
Briley gets the takedown.
We got back points. There's two back points for sure. Drive him over.
He's holding two.
He's holding two? Oh, my gosh.
Defend. 6-5. Briley with the lead. 1 minute on the clock. This is not over. And the Bombers coach wants to have a discussion about the two back points.
Hey, absolutely. I think I'm going to reserve my comments. We're neutral. We're neutral, boys. We're neutral. We are neutral. Yeah. Is he going to go upstairs with them again? This is where we need to make the setup. We need to snap. We need to snap him. No, get him down to his. Yes.
There you go. Head in the hole.
Boy, a takedown here. Just hold position.
Okay.
Hold position.
Interesting.
Nope. Circle. Yeah, he's all right. Give up a warning. I'm okay with that. He's moving a little bit.
Nothing dumb. Uh-oh. 7 seconds on the clock. Keep spinning.
Nope.
And Blake's going to win this one, 6-5. What a great match by both guys. That was a fun one.
I do not think that was on their dance card to lose that bout.
No.
Especially the performance we saw versus Boone. I think they thought they had that in the bag. All their moving and shaking with their lineup. Let's not forget, there's a lot of matches to go, though. This is far from over.
And they're going to, I think, so Ballard has to go out first here.
Well, no, I think they are going to wrestle him.
Well, they have to report first.
And they have.
So I saw Coach Wonderland come out making sure that they were going to bring him out. Otherwise, I think you were going to see us play some games.
Well, my question to you is, Was their chess move dependent on what happened in that last match? Because
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Here we're going to get Tucker Vitsum, number 5 at 144 pounds in 2A for the Bombers, and Nolan Fellers, number 3 at 3A at 150 pounds for the Blue Jays.
well, it's a big match. I know both of them have been in a lot of big matches, but this will be fun.
Vitsum, state qualifier last year at 132. Nolan, third place in 138 pounds.
The official got a little tight there.
And Nolan, that's 2, right? How is that not 2? Okay.
He went for the kill shot.
He did.
You know what I like about that?
I'm doing it again.
That's
2 points
That's
in.
2.
2 points in. So
Yes.
he should have kept swiping.
I appreciate. Yes, if he's inbounds for 2, he's inbounds for back points. Rightfully so.
And if you can't hear us right now, your ears feel better, because I don't think that was a quiet 2.
Well, it's a very difficult sport to officiate. This is high-level wrestling. But, man, oh, boy.
And Nolan with a flexible move.
Yeah, he's got a deep arm bar, but I think he'll take it on the other side.
And right now, the Bomber is just trying to hold a wrist.
Yeah, you got to be careful because it's still only 2-1. There's been a lot of action, and Nolan's look good, but it is only 2-1.
The other thing is Nolan hasn't been quite as far into
he is pulling the headgear. He is pulling his headgear.
Not quite as far into his wrestling season as he gets another takedown, because he was a big part of that deep football run. And so he didn't really start wrestling practice until November?
Yeah.
I mean,
I like Nolan Fellers, but I don't, like I said before, I don't want to be a receiver seeing him in the defensive backfield, and I don't want to see him on the mat either.
For the other team, I want to see him on the mat all the time for ours, though.
Yeah, no, I'm saying me personally.
I don't want any forfeits.
I'm saying me personally. I would say, I'll take a pass, coach. I'll go up a weight, or can I run a shorter pattern? That kid keeps hitting me.
Right.
Oh, we got a caution. Red. Who could have predicted? Unbelievable.
And in other news, water's wet.
There was actually a little bit of a jump on that one, but thankfully it was not a caution.
Nolan gets the quick escape, up 5-1.
Well, hey, they think a lot of their guy. We think a lot of our guy. Tucker's doing a good job.
Oh, nice.
You know what?
That was 2 a little bit ago, but
well, you know what I like about that is he was very much focused on upper body, and you naturally lean at an athlete when that's all he's doing is tying up, and so when he goes low to the laces, it's pretty tough. He's saying one more. He's coaching the coach a little. Man,
a little roll through.
the delay on the start is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you really, after that first caution though, you have to start being a little hesitant, and it's like. It's almost like in football if you didn't know what the snap count was, so you have to wait till somebody else moves.
I think
he's got that arm behind his back again.
Yeah, I think coach is calling for a takedown, and you go up 9-2. Does he have a tilt here?
He frequently does.
Yeah. He's laying on his stomach.
And Coach Wonderland is encouraging the stall call of the guy laying on his belly.
Yeah. To be fair, both coaches may be a little disappointed tonight in some
in some of the calls.
things.
There's just the first stall call.
And Coach Wonderland coached his way to a stall call, which a good coach will do. A good foot stomp did it.
Well, I don't know. There was another 25 seconds after the foot stomp, so maybe not. We're going to go neutral for this third period.
Yeah.
Nolan has a 7-1 lead over Tucker. Nolan in quick on a single.
I'd like to see him get a couple more takedowns.
Nice takedown.
I'd like to break. For those listening, you're trying to break a guy. It doesn't sound very, very, very nice.
Well, that was a quick stall.
I did not have that on my bingo card, right? I did not see that one coming.
Unpredictable. That's what this is right now. Nolan with the 10-2 lead.
Well, the thing I will say now if he does it here and flees the mat, then that's a blatant call. He walked off the mat.
That's the definition of it.
That's the definition of avoiding a takedown. But
we can blow the whistle. Come on, buddy.
Just do it.
Now, alternatively, like you talked about the momentum that you lose when your wrestler doesn't get, like maybe you want those extra takedowns, even if you don't get all the way to the tech fall.
And what he
for
does,
that.
and what he does is he's a very dangerous guy. Unbelievable. The next one's 2.
And right now we're at an 11-point lead.
So what I would say is, a lot of great wrestlers will turn 2 into 5.
Yeah.
Will turn 2 into a fall, and so by letting them up and looking for those feet to back things, I think you cut him here. This is a tough kid, a quality kid. He's clearly not gonna. He's going to be difficult to turn.
The only way you're going to get this is if he's
to back.
stalling, which he is holding wrist.
That's two. You know what?
Now, why did he blow the whistle?
You have to stop so the other wrestler knows he got hit for 2.
Okay. So a 12-point lead here for Nolan. Takedown, let him up. Takedown. There's not a lot of time for that.
You know what?
That's fleeing the mat.
That's a definition of one. That's a definition of a stall. And again, this is of 2 high-level wrestlers. All the respect to the Ballard wrestler, but that is the definite. Well, now he got a shot off.
His coach encouraged it. He yelled, "Take a shot," and
that's the first clean shot he got all night.
Nolan's going to let him have that one to avoid getting any back points.
Yeah.
And he will win this match 15-4. A major decision for the Bluejays.
Yeah. So again, I think we can learn something every time out, right? There's a lot to be learned for both wrestlers.
So 157 pounds now. Daniel Hyman for the Bombers and Vincent Fine for the Blue Jays. I cut you off while I was announcing people.
No. This is an important match for both teams here.
Good quick move by Hyman.
Yeah.
For the takedown. Looking for a cradle right away. Vincent really needs to find a way to fight this off.
That's tough to get out of that.
Holding 2.
Yeah.
That's a tight cradle. I don't know if he can get – his shoulder might be in the way. Maybe not. That might be a pin.
Yeah. But again, you could have forfeited that match.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do is to wrestle the guy.
Yeah. I will be in agreement on that. For the Bombers, it looks like this is going to be Jackson Schaefer. For the Blue Jays, we're going to have Jordan Ryle coming in ranked number 6. And I mean, I think really what I would say is we kind of need a pin from him.
Yeah. You know, yes. No, that's a good start.
And if I was to guess, if there was someone that knew what his need was here, Jordan's a kid who would know, hey, we really need the 6 here.
Yeah.
Just a really intuitive, smart kid.
Yeah.
And he's going to look for those bonus points and look for an opportunity to – he's going to cement the win and then look for an opportunity to get a pin.
I love cradles. They can – those are tough to defend. No, going back to the strategy that Ballard's been using and trying to select their matchups and
like that. Nice move by Ryle, getting these back points. Needs to find a way to keep him there.
He had a great position there, didn't he?
Gets the 3 near fall, has a 5-0 lead right now. Ooh, that's
he was dangerously close to flat. Yeah, and it's tough to be tough for the official to be everywhere, but he's showing some moxie here. Got it barred up. He's grabbing his hands.
A variety of ways he's working this.
Yeah.
Another kid that really hasn't had a lot of practice so far this year because he started the season late, but
and you can't get a lot of off season in when you're playing so many sports, right? I mean,
I really don't. I don't know that he got a whole lot of summer wrestling in because he was at the baseball field every day.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And that's not a diss in any way. He was definitely key there.
He added 2 near fall. It's only 7, right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Okay. You know what I like?
That was?
I like when they come up into a lat drop position.
Just ran out of time on the next tilt.
Be interesting.
Defers for Schaefer. Jordan going to go down. He deferred already. He's still deferred. Jordan says, I want down. I want my point. And looks like he might get.
Yeah, I like where Jordan's at here. He's going to get that leg. He's going to take him to his back.
He's not rushing it. He's just trying to find the perfect opportunity here. He gets the 2-point reversal, and now he's going to look for more. And at this point, you got the Bomber wrestler reaching back like he's trying to defend giving up the takedown, but he'd already given the reversal. So that's near fall points right there.
I think he's flat. The back.
That sure looks like it right there.
Yeah, that's
right
a pin.
there.
That's
Come
a
on,
pin,
keep it. That's a long time for him to have to sit that way.
Even the old guy in the top row. Now he's worked his way off. Now he's got
still
those
not
legs.
being awarded.
It has to be awarded.
He's not awarding it yet. Gonna try and walk that around. Again, I like it. Jordan's not rushing this. He's trying to make sure
he's got both arms, and boy, is this, if he gets him over, this is going to be tight. Whoop.
So there should be the 3-point near fall. We did get it. Then that's not a takedown. He never lost control.
Yep.
So he's still at 12-0.
He's got a leg scoop again. And he's probably gonna get a
But you really need him to find a way to get this extra point. Yes!
Oh boy,
that's a huge pin.
I did not see that coming either. Wow, the tech was secured.
Like I said, you take a kid like Jordan. He's just so darn smart that he's like, no, I know I got my 5. I know I have to finish it here, and there he goes.
Well, you know where this is going, don't you?
Criteria? Is that the words you're saying?
No, I think it's going to be
okay.
It's going to be exciting at the end.
All right. So every point's going to matter here. 4 matches to go. For the Bombers, you got number 8 ranked Rhett Hedrick. For the Blue Jays, you got Talon Dove. Dove is a sophomore.
Good-looking kid. Boy,
Dove's a junior. My bad.
But he definitely put some time in the weight room last year. He looks physically very, very.
And in this situation, like, you look at the match and you say, well, Hedrick has an advantage. Any point that Dove doesn't give up is a big win, but he's not looking for moral victories right now.
Yeah.
If he can find a way to even keep it to a decision, that's beneficial for the team. But if he can find a way for a win, that could be huge.
And again, Hedrick knows what his job is. Ballard has 18 points scored in the next 3 matches on their card. What would criteria be?
I was going to ask you that. You're certified.
Well, it's unsportsmanlike conduct. We haven't
had any of those. Come on, Talon. Come on, Talon.
It's going to be tough.
We might have dodged a bullet on that one, but we got a long ways to go.
Yeah. Well, I think the next criteria will be number of pins. So a forfeit counts as a pin. It has to.
Okay.
Right? Number of pins and then number of wins.
I think the number of match wins is before pins. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Number of match wins, which would be
2, 3, 4, 5,
we haven't
6.
even
Right now it's 6-5. No, that doesn't make sense.
There's 14 weights, Coach.
6-4. We're up 6-4 on match wins. So I think if that's what it comes down to, it would go to us. Well, maybe not, because 6-4,
yeah. So the
it would
next
be tied.
criteria, I think, is pins.
So the next criteria, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, by the way, but falls, defaults, forfeits all count as a pin.
Yep.
So that very well could be the same number as well. We'll see. We'll get a little farther into this game before we start worrying about that.
Ironically, the Ballard coach was in danger of giving up a team point by his official criticism, and that would have been
potentially justified.
You know what? A tech fall
wouldn't be the worst thing for us.
No.
Speaking of, Hedrick has just been kind of a hammer here. He looks like a really tough wrestler, adding to the number of ranked wrestlers for the Bombers. We're still at 1:14 remaining in this period. 11-1 is the score right now. The Bombers are going to be tough to beat at those heavier weights.
He's pretty physical. Dove is controlling his hand. He's trying to do his job and fight.
Oh, I missed the first one, I guess. 37 seconds right now.
What do you take in the third period if you're
you got to go neutral, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you haven't been on top.
Let's not undersell the job Dove is doing here.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in trouble a number of times and keeps fighting through it.
And he's trying enough to build that this shouldn't be a stall.
We know.
Well, so he called red for stalling. He called green and red, or he didn't award a point, so it's got to be just red for stalling.
No, yeah, and the official can't give the bench. They can't decide a point. We don't know what he did.
Well, he put up the red like it was a stall.
Yeah. Maybe he meant a stalemate.
And if it was a stall, I'm crediting Jack Lewis because he shouted something out there and pointed like he was just holding something. So if that's what it was called, I give it to Jack. So we got an 11-point lead here.
Yeah. That's not potentially.
Well, so he called that a technical violation for going over the shoulder throw.
You know what? Interesting.
I just thought it was an impressive move. Good job coming off to the side.
I don't know.
It was clearly enough to not get the same type of
very
penalty
similar
point.
Yeah.
So, not to your back, and that's going to be
no.
That's a tech fall.
That's a win. That's a good.
You know what? 16-1, but Dove saves the team point.
Ironically, the odd penalty point
helped.
Yes.
Avoiding an extra point. Yeah. All right, so 190 pounds for the Bombers, number 1 ranked Brody Sampson, senior, finished second last year. And for the Blue Jays, Brayton Gipple, a junior. Sampson he's a ridiculous combination of speed and power.
Yeah. He's a good athlete. We saw that on the football field for 2 years. We didn't play him this year, but we saw it last year. Certainly his stats support that this year. Good wrestler.
Former Blue Jay Wrestling Club member.
Yes, he was.
If you go back far enough.
Former Blue Jay Wrestling teammate of the boys. Dad was a Blue Jay.
Dad was a Blue Jay.
Dad was a Blue Jay. They actually live in Maxwell, just across the street from district lines.
Okay. Tough spot for Gipple there.
Yeah.
That's a sunken half right there.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a fall for Brody Sampson. With 2 matches to go, the Blue Jays have a 31-30 lead.
Yeah, it's another really quality wrestler in Henry Christensen.
Brother was a state placer as well, and
state champ.
Was he state champ last year?
Yeah.
Henry was a runner-up.
Brody was. Yep, they had 3 in the finals, won.
There you go.
Yeah.
Got a little blood to clean up. So this, barring a ridiculously surprising upset, if Hockett pins Christensen, then it doesn't come down to the last match.
No.
No. But it's a good chance it's going to come down to the final match.
Yep.
Where we'll have senior Noah Winger.
Yeah, you never know at heavyweight, right?
No, right.
Ballard's heavyweights coming from a room of really good upper weights, right?
Right.
I don't know that I'm going to go back to the forfeits. I didn't.
2:15 from Ballard, Henry Christensen, from Bonner and Farrar, Andrew Hockett.
you know, they're kind of in the boat. If they didn't give up 6 at those forfeits, they would have saved themselves some you know, I wonder, you know, they've had so much talent in the upper weights. I wonder what weight Henry would have been as a
freshman.
Yeah.
Because he definitely was undersized,
yeah,
I think.
Yeah, and as a sophomore.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, with these new weights.
Well, probably wouldn't have been beneficial for them because he might not have had an option.
Right. But I don't know. His brother was a full-size 95-pounder.
Yeah. Well, because Gabe was a 160 or 152 as a freshman, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Kind of went up. I feel like he was 82 as a junior, 95 as a senior.
Yeah. Yep. He was a place winner at 82, I believe.
But I think Henry was the 220 as a freshman, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So now he's down 5.
Right.
We'd all like to. Yeah, he was a very undersized. Not very undersized. He was.
But anytime you're a freshman wrestling 220, it's a challenge to say the least.
Yeah. But you know, he had a successful career AAU-wise.
Sure.
And super nice kid, by the way. The Powers family got to know him pretty well with a lot of matches over the summer with he and his brother and Brody 2 summers ago, and super nice kid.
I think he missed on a shot that he could have had there as Andy just kind of stepped over it, but not necessarily as a quick defensive move. Under 10 seconds here in the first.
He's going to go to a little different. I don't think you're gonna convince this official as easily into 7 stall calls.
All right, so 2-1 after 1.
Yeah, he's got the ability to end the match. You know, he's dangerous.
Yeah,
he's somebody you got to keep him at a distance.
Well, and wrestling his whole life, right? I mean, there's a bag of tricks that go with that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That I don't agree with that call.
Because he was moving himself out.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
I don't. That's a no.
You either have to let him go.
That's a no call.
Yeah.
That's a no call. It's not,
I agree.
It's not blatant. I had just said we weren't going to convince
now
him.
You got to let him go. Now you got to let him go.
Yeah.
Cut him. That's a point that shouldn't happen.
You know, ironically,
like, if you can whiz her out of this, I guess, but don't give up the turn to your back. Potentially dangerous.
Yeah,
okay.
I like that.
Coach is telling him, hey, you need to pick up your pace because he's more tired than you.
Hockett, he moves well. He moves very well. Yeah, this is where we don't want to be.
We add him to the Spruce Circle list, by the way.
So now he shoved him off the mat.
Yeah, that's the same thing, but you called it against the same guy. I don't like that.
No. So now he's not letting him in, correct? There you go. He's circling.
Belly.
Crawl forward. Wow.
All right, good. Good job, Andy. And the Ballard coach is saying cut him.
Yeah, he's looking for a feet to back or another stall.
He might be looking just to stall him out if possible.
That is not. Yep.
No. So now the Bombers coach is getting basically whatever he's asking for.
That's not stalling. So, two more, and he stalls out, correct?
Yeah, which would be a forfeit, or essentially the same as a pin.
He's trying to come in. He is trying to come in.
You're in kind of a no-win situation at that point. Yeah.
You know what, though? A tech
isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that it changes a whole lot, right? We got a 1-point lead.
No.
A tech fall versus a pin at heavyweight, it doesn't really. I don't think the odds change a whole lot, right?
No.
A major maybe, but you don't see a lot of tech falls at heavyweight.
Sure. So the numbers guy brings in the rational thought.
Right now, we need to find a little bit more.
Yeah, he doesn't have the mat return, right? I mean, he's
cut him. They're saying let go. He's not
letting him let go.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah. He's no dummy, and he's not letting him in. So you can't call that. You cannot call that. You got to call red. Red has to let him in.
Good.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, man. Get your hips up. There you go. Okay. Keep wrestling.
Yeah.
Take the other leg.
He's going to pull him on. That's two.
He's only got 1 foot in.
Yeah.
That's the right call.
He was
as much as I'd like it.
If he'd have drug him on.
But that's why you take those shots, right? You don't want.
That is not an ender. Yes.
There you go. Okay.
That's the right call.
It should have happened. It should have been called earlier, but you can't just lift and push off.
You just can't push a guy off. Shoot, Andrew. Shoot.
Drop down. Drop down on a leg.
That was a good.
That's fine. It's not a stall.
Yeah. Shoot, Andrew.
No, don't go high. Don't go high.
No.
He's better high.
Circle. He did not
nope,
back
nothing.
off.
That's nothing. Good call. That's a good no call.
Now a major, he's tired, boys and girls.
Which one? There you go. I like it, though. Ready to go.
I love the shot.
Get down there again.
Yes.
Get in there again.
Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, that's a pin. Okay. So, a valiant effort falls short. Bombers take a 36-31 lead.
Yep.
Final match of the night. The mission is clear. A pin, you win. Without, the Bombers will win.
This is a pretty athletic-looking heavyweight.
Yeah.
He's tall.
Now from the mat, 285 from Ballard, Isaac Butler.
All right, so Isaac Butler coming in, 2-5 on the season. Noah Winger coming in, ranked number 11 in 3A, 3-3. And heavyweights are always unpredictable.
Yeah, what we know is we don't know anything right now. He might be going for the early stall call.
The odds of a pin are high.
I like that. I would like Ballard to shoot. That would make my day.
It does look like Noah probably has a size advantage, even if the other wrestler's taller.
Noah uses a good portion of the legal limit, right?
I would think so.
Yeah. I mean, he's
not much under 285.
No.
260 maybe.
And he moves very well. You know, he's a very good football player. I believe he's committed to Stevens Point for football.
Yeah, one of the Wisconsin schools at least.
Yeah, he's got a little arm throw locked up there.
He's clearly being the aggressor.
Yeah. I don't know if we have the right official to stall him out.
No, but we probably have the right official to make calls.
Yeah.
And the fans are asking, he keeps backing up, and he's.
Winger needs to be intentional and not reckless. Let's not get the moment, but let's get the win, and then work on team points. Right. The important thing is to be smart. I like what he's got there. That is not two.
Now it is.
Wow. That's still on.
Yeah, they still have 2 points on.
By definition, that's still on. You know what I like? I like referee's position for Noah. That's a lot of weight.
Yep.
We referenced 280. That's not easy. Oh,
and come on. There it is. I like it. Muscle it. Here it is. Let's go, Noah. Sink that. Sink it, baby. Get your hand out of the way, and that's a pin and a Blue Jay victory. Blue Jays are victorious, 37-36. Don't do anything dumb with the team point.
Yep.
Shake hands, get off the mat, fella.
Yeah.
Oh, what a clutch victory.
You know what I'll say about Noah Winger? He has improved significantly, has he not?
Oh, very much.
That's a 37-36 win for the Blue Jays, and what a neat ending for the Blue Jays. Not so good for the Bombers.
Well, the good thing is we're Blue Jay Digital. One thing we always do with our broadcast is we have a Vision Bank player of the game. In this case, it's not a player, it's a wrestler. And I'm not even asking your opinion. It's cemented with that clutch victory. Noah Winger is your Vision Bank wrestler of the meet. Vision Bank, see what we can do for you. Tonight, it's a pin and a Blue Jay victory.
Wow. I did that. Anytime you square up with a conference school, you never know what's going to happen. What a great night for kids. I mean, Ballard threw everything they had at them. Let's just stay off the mat. That's an exciting night of wrestling.
And, we have more coming this season. So, you should probably get in here, check it out, because if you only seen it on TV, you missed the excitement in the gym. But I think we'll probably call that a night. We could talk all night, but we probably shouldn't.
Yeah,
so
no.
I think thanks for tuning in.
Yep.
Blue Jays 2-0 on the night. Good night, and go Blue Jays.
Yep.